Okay, welcome to the fourth round of this 50th anniversary edition of Rilton Cup. And today I have a new co-commentator, my good friend Ferdinand Hellers. Welcome.
Thank you.
Ferdinand is, in my view, he's one of the biggest chess talents we've had in Sweden ever. And I remember when you were young, you became Swedish junior champion at the age of 12. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, and then you won the European junior championship at the age of
15.
Yeah, and you became a grandmaster at
19.
At 19, yeah. Excellent career. So why did you quit chess, Ferdinand?
Well, I made the decision to focus on a career, a civil career. So
Yeah.
it's very difficult to combine professional chess with or very serious chess, one should say,
Yeah.
with a career. So I instead opted for a career as a lawyer. That's what
That's
I am.
true. But you have kept your love of chess.
Yes, sort of came back the last few years. So I am helping out with this commentating and some lectures, and hopefully I will get the taste of starting to play again. I'm not so, I have to be honest, not so fond. I'm too old for this. I'm too old to play on the net and on a computer screen. I don't like it so much. So I rather play over the board, and I would try to. I would try to play speed chess and blitz, which I've played a few such tournaments last years. It's difficult for me to be away from law business and the family for more than a couple of days. So long tournaments for 9 days or something like that, it's very difficult for me. I haven't played that since 1997, a serious tournament. So time flies.
Yeah. But we have interacted over the years, and even though you haven't been so active, we still have always had this common interest of chess, and we've had done some analysis and talked about chess and so on, and I know that you're still sharp. So that's why you're here today.
Thank you.
To help me out in this difficult business of commentating. And I think we should start.
Fine.
And we will start as we do, from the top. And yesterday I actually made a mistake. I said there were 2 leaders with 3 points, and that was incorrect. There's only one. And it's the Swedish player Khan Kusuksari, who is the only player with 3 points. And he plays against the Indian player Praneet Vupala on the first board. So let's check this. I think we will start from the beginning, and we will listen to what Ferdinand has to say here. So let's make some moves. So
E3, of course, is.
So what do you think about an opening like this?
Well, fair enough. I mean, there's much less theory, of course, and E3 will become the Kolo or maybe the Sukatort variations. If white, which doesn't go C4 now, which is, of course, not any logic to. Now, if you play E3, you go bishop D3, of course, and then you can either put yourself. You can even either put your pieces B3, bishop B2, knight BD2, or you can play C3, knight BD2, queen E2, and E4. I think this latter is called the Sukatort, and the former is called the Reti something system.
Yeah, the Kolle, then the
the Kolle, and the other one is the Sukatort.
And I think it's the Sukatort here. Let's.
I can't remember which one is which. Of course,
the nomenclature here is not
clear.
100% clear. It's sort of overlapping.
Yeah.
Because I think when you play B3, you think it's the Sukatort, and when you play with C3, it's like the Kolle. But
maybe you're right. Yeah.
Something like this.
I mean, these were. I mean, Sukatort was the late 1900s, and Kolle was a little late. I think in the 20s and the 30s.
Correct.
I don't know what happened to him during the Second World War, but Yeah, I mean they were at the times, of course, strong players. Suketot even played at least once for the World Championship title against Steinitz. He had no chance, but as far as I understand, but he was of course strong for his times.
Yeah, they all were. They all were.
And
So here we have this position. It is complete symmetry, and now
Yeah.
White does this c4.
yeah. Solid enough. I mean, I don't know. I guess one reason could be if White goes Queen E2 instead, then maybe Black tries to take the initiative. He should, I imagine.
You mean if White would have played,
Queen E2
Queen
with
E2.
with the intention of going E4,
then probably
Knight
Black
E4.
will
Yeah,
jump in there
yeah,
and,
yeah.
and maybe then he can later on play something like
F5 and Rook F6 and try to
maybe,
mate.
Maybe
yeah.
even go for things like this.
Yeah, Rook F6, Rook H6, and then G5.
Yeah.
So C4.
A little bit more active.
The only thing, the problem is, I would say, one thing that comes to mind is the knight on D2 is not that great. You would think that maybe it should be on C3 in this kind of position to be able to bother Black with knight B5. Of course, Black can always play A6, but it's not so active on D2 in my opinion.
It's true.
I don't know,
but of course, if White could manage to get E4 in, let's say White, if
Queen
White
C2 and
play
E4
Queen here and then play E4,
then it's
suddenly
very
the
nice.
knight is not so bad.
No, not at all. It's very good, and so true enough. So C4 is of course. I would imagine Black should play knight E4 anyway.
Yeah.
That's maybe what he did.
We
He's thinking.
are here now. This is the situation.
He's thinking.
But we can see that. I can see here from the statistics that knight E4 is the most common move in this position.
Yeah, no surprise to me.
But my guess is that when players play like this, it's usually because they want to avoid the opponent's preparation.
Yeah.
And both is trying to avoid, and then you get into this. So let's go to number 2, and we have Gorstein, Ido Gorstein. I think is an Israeli player against the top seed Krishnan Sasikiran from India. And the position is this. Not so much has happened. Only 4 moves.
Not much fear. Let's take it from the beginning.
Let's see the exact move order. Yeah, I agree with you. We should see it. So it's a C4, E5, English.
Yeah.
With G3, D6. Maybe not the most common.
Certainly not. No.
And now, surprisingly, Bishop E7. I don't think I've seen this played actually. I cannot remember I've seen it, but it has been played, but it's not very common. Not very.
No,
common.
it looks.
Knight C3 and now F5.
So Black goes for. This is a Dutch.
Well, not really a Dutch, is it? Without D4, is it a Dutch without D4?
Well, I guess. Well, yeah.
I would call it English still.
English, but Black goes to this F5.
But it's the Dutch idea, yeah. With F5. Yeah.
You go F5, but you can combine that usually with G6 and Bishop G7 as Black.
Yeah.
Something I played as Black
myself
against Gandelius not so long, like 1.5 years ago. I got a good position. So that's, I would think that against English, a quick F5 is certainly not a bad idea, because the normal Dutch is dangerous. D4 F5, it's White can get some.
In this case, Black has more of the center than White.
Yeah.
So it's.
But the bishop on E7, this. Well, it's probably not bad, but I think it's unusual to put the bishop on E7. I think the normal is G6 and Bishop G7.
Yeah, that's the normal setup.
Yeah.
But I guess there are some finesses here. Maybe if White goes for a D4, maybe you can play at some point Bishop F6 or something. I don't know. That's the point. I don't know exactly what Black is striving for. Probably this has to do with some transpositions. You want to get into some special position and avoid others. I don't know. But probably. I think we have to go forward.
We need some more moves to see what's happening in this game. Yeah.
And here we have
this is more
Milton Panzar, international master, son of another international master. It's a family of international masters.
Yeah. I know his father better than him.
Yeah.
but I guess you're getting old when when you
When you know the
know the father better than
And he plays against a Croatian player, one of the highest rated players here in the tournament, Leon Livajic or Livajic.
Okay.
I don't know exact pronunciation.
Grandmaster.
He's a grandmaster,
Okay.
and these are young guys, both of them. Livajic, I don't remember how old he is, but he's very young, and Milton is also around 20.
I think he's just 20.
Yeah, something like that. And let's see it from the beginning. This is an opening I think you know more about than me.
Yeah.
D4, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, bishop g7, e4, d6. King's Indian.
King's Indian indeed. Yeah.
Knight f3, standard. Castles.
White goes for the
Bishop e2. I mean, this would be the main line, right?
One would say this is the main line of the King's Indian. Yeah.
Main setup.
Yes.
And now Black plays the slightly unusual, not unusual is not correct, but not so common. Knight a6.
The whole point of this move, I mean, the normal move is e5.
Right. You can just see what that is.
And
this would be the normal move.
Yeah.
But then you have the exchange variation.
You have the exchange variation, which is a bit annoying. I mean, it's nothing special for white, I would think, but still, and bishop g5.
Yes.
Not so much.
And then this can jump here.
No, it threatens 95, so rook e8 is probably the best move, and then
you go 95.
you can go 95, take, c takes, c6, bishop c4,
b5 and
b5, bishop a5. This is a lot of theory.
Lots of games.
Yeah.
Lots of games.
Well, the thing is, the white is never worse.
Right.
White is almost slightly better.
Yeah.
It's not so exciting. I would think that the reason could be that Leon Livajic, he's a grandmaster, Milton Panzer is not. He's an IM. He's a stronger IM, I'm sure, but still, Livajic wants to play for a win. He wants to avoid this kind of thing. So he goes knight a6, now castles, and then e5. And then the point is that the former what we looked at, then knight a6 for black is a much more useful move than castles for white.
Yeah.
I think after g takes e5 and this variation, black has no problems whatsoever.
So if you go for this same thing, bishop g5.
Yeah, you can play. Sometimes in these positions you play the tricky move a c6. Now, and if you take the rook e8, and white should be careful here. The simple reason is that if black can get equal pawns, then the bishop on g7 can become very strong.
Yeah, right.
b2 could be weak, and so on. So I mean, d takes e5. The whole idea of knight a6, of course, is to avoid d takes e5. But I'm sure that Milton will not play that.
No. In the game, he played d5 here.
Yeah.
You don't like it?
Well, of course, it's not a bad move, but the question is if white should be in such a hurry. I think the main variation is simply rook e1. And then c6, bishop f1. Just put your pieces on better squares and wait, because the disadvantage of the knight a6 setup is, of course, that you don't put pressure on the center. If you play the former variation with e5, white doesn't castle. It doesn't take on e5, but just castle. Then knight c6, you put pressure. Now the knight is on the rim there and doesn't do much.
It's true. So when you play d5, you're sort of giving black what he wants. Yeah,
because now knight c5 is not the knight gets into play from a6.
Yeah.
So knight c5, queen c2, a5.
It's very reasonable. And this happened in the game. He played knight c5.
Yeah.
And
queen c2, more or less forced a5.
And now, as you said, a5.
Of course, this is a known theoretical position, but black has in this way avoided this queen exchange variation we just discussed. Oh well, this is a lot of theory, of course.
You could say that white is also playing for a win.
Oh yeah, true enough. True enough.
because the exchange variation, as we know, even though white is slightly better, quite often ends in the draw.
Yeah. This is actually, of course, this has been played for since the 50s. These kind of positions, and there's one interesting idea that I would like to point out. That at some point, I don't know. There's an interesting idea about Gellers. There was some variation. You play 92, obviously not in this position, but then white plays 92, black plays bishop h6, and when the white knight moves again, you can exchange off the black squared bishop, which can be a problem for black in these positions. So that's a nice idea, just an idea.
Yeah.
Of course, if I don't mind. I hope it's according to rules. But one of the participants in this tournament, Grandmaster Smirin, has written, in my opinion, an excellent book called King's Indian Warfare. Highly to be recommended. Where it's not a theory books as much as explaining the ideas for black in the King's Indian. Highly recommended in my very good book.
Well, nice recommendation for everyone who is interested in the King's Indian.
Yeah, and he's actually in the room, so. But he's playing white today, I noticed.
Yeah, he's not in here, but he's in the playing hall.
Yeah.
So interesting. The King's Indian has always been sort of been played, but sometimes it's maybe less popular. Right now, I think we see a resurgence. I think it's coming back again, because people like to get fighting chess, and I also think it has to do with the time controls. That shorter time control, suddenly the King's Indian becomes much more playable.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
This changes a lot. Okay, let's jump forward, and here we have two grandmasters. We have the black player Brandon Jacobson is a very young American grandmaster. I think he was. I don't know if he's won the American Junior Championships, but he's been in the top at least a couple of times. The opponent Raja Ritvik, I do not know who that is. So we are actually going to take. Wait, let's see. We go here, and we will go to. Yes, results. We're going to check who that guy is, so we know that. Rilton Cup. Now we're going to take alphabetic starting list. And here we have him. Let's see. Raya.
There it is. Grandmaster.
So we go to. Here we have him. Yeah, he's from India.
Yeah.
He was born in 2004, so he's only 18 years old. Well, we can check Brandon as well, just to be on the safe side.
He's probably a little older.
Jacobson, yeah, probably.
But not much.
Not so much, maybe. There we have him.
I know.
2003.
Yeah.
He's 19.
Yeah.
Grandmaster. So.
The only I never met him in person and so on, but I know he worked with my old close friend Grandmaster Joel Benjamin. Jacobson worked with Joel.
Okay.
Joel told me about this.
Oh yeah.
Joel found him a very promising player.
Yeah, that's my impression too. I've seen watched him in the American Junior Championships play, and I didn't know who he was, but he struck me as a very talented player. So nice that he's here. And let's look. It's quite an unusual position, I would say. So let's see how this happened. Okay. D4, G6. Modern. E4. Bishop G7, Knight F3, D6. So far everything is quite normal.
Yeah, of course. White was allowed to play C4 and go for King's Indian, but didn't want to.
No.
All right. Knight F3, D6. Well, Bishop E2. This is a very solid system.
Now we go to the perk.
Now we've suddenly reached the perk. Yeah, very solid for both sides, I would say.
Sure.
I would think. And A6 is, of course, a bit provocative, I
Yeah,
would say.
yeah.
He's obviously playing for win, which is nice. There's, of course, other moves. Bishop G4. Of course, it's a common C6 instead of A6. Of course, another setup with C6, knight E7, queen C7, and E5. It's just another setup. And of course, Korchnoi lost the famous game against Karpov, and he played the Schmid-Benoni C5, which is probably not that good.
That's
But
not so good.
no.
Another
But-
move that has been seen recently is knight C6 here.
Yeah.
And because when white goes here, you just go back,
Yeah, then
and
goes
then you
C6.
attack the center.
Yeah, and
And if white plays something else, you might go E5, and
oh yeah. Knight
So-
C6.
it's also playable.
Yeah. Now A6, I think one could argue is a bit of a, at least how this game continued, because I am not too fond of the move A4. Well, and this is only what I remember, because the problem with A4 could be that A4, and then in the game it actually happened. The black played.
Yeah, it came.
Yeah, and I see, and then now D5 knight before is even an option.
Yes.
That could be the disadvantage of A4. That
Yeah, it's not so easy to attack the knight. You
Yeah.
would like to play C3, but how do you do it?
yeah. This is the disadvantage maybe of A4. I would suggest instead of A4 maybe A6. Let's see that position. Well, I mean, I would think a move would be rook E1.
Yeah. Not
Yeah.
be so afraid of this E5.
Rook E1, B5, and then maybe even E5, and then bishop to F3.
Yeah.
Or at least hope you get the
Yeah.
bishop.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you do, but I don't think the B5 is so much to be afraid of. So, or maybe you can just go bishop G5, and it's better placed on G5 than on C1. yeah, B5.
A4 is like A4 is like an automatic response many times, right?
Yeah.
And but you sort of play into black's hands a bit.
Yeah, I would think.
Knight C6, and now he played A5.
Fair enough.
Interesting choice.
Yeah.
And then black played E6.
Well, yeah. I've seen variations where black plays. He played this knight to C6, and then black tries to go B6 and bishop B7.
Yeah.
Put your pieces out.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, A5 has a point then.
Yes.
White has made it more difficult to play B6. Maybe it's not so nice to play B6 in this position. Doesn't look that good, at least. All right, but black, yeah, okay, I develop E6.
Yeah.
And what is... I've always think that with this kind of classical setup, the question is, what is white supposed to do? What are you going to do to be active?
That's the problem.
Yeah,
And black always, at some point, he plays D5. Sometimes he plays E5 later on.
Yeah.
So I agree. It's sometimes when you're white, it's a bit frustrating. You don't know where to attack.
He played...
Bishop E3 now.
Yeah. So black's to move.
So black is to move here. And I don't know. It's not so easy. It's difficult to say or predict what's going to happen here. You would always think that maybe a move like knight G4 is a possibility. But
then bishop G5.
Yeah.
And F6, and then I don't know where you put your. You can go back to C1, or you can put your bishop on H4. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and then
this knight G4. Of course, a good point with bishop E3. I would think that now D5 is not an option. You play maybe D5 is an option, but because you play D5, E5, and then you put your. You don't go knight E4, of course, which loses a pawn, but you put your knight on, I don't know, D7. But
strange.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I'm looking for black must make moves that makes sort of sense here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's not so easy to play white, but it's
Not so easy to be black
maybe
either.
not so easy for black either.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that they have managed to get this position, which is, in my opinion, quite a new position. I don't think it's been played much.
Certainly not. No.
There might have been a few games before, but it's not a known position. So they're on their own pretty much.
Yeah.
Here.
There's one interesting idea that maybe black wants to play rook 8 here.
Yeah, maybe.
No, but the idea would be
You want to play e5 and knight d4, yeah?
yeah, that's the idea. And maybe rook e8 was not an option the last move because of e5 being unpleasant.
Mm-hmm.
But now obviously e5 is not.
So
If you play rook e8 here, but maybe just d5. Now the things up, I don't know.
can we go home again? I think knight e5 is not so good. You just
No,
take and then it's
white is
bad.
slightly better. Yeah, at least. Yes, but
Or do you want to go to b4? But then there's rook a4 maybe.
Yeah.
But then it's c5.
Yeah, it's not clear. Nothing is clear.
Nothing is clear ever.
Knight b4, knight b1.
Yes, that's also.
I'm trying to take your piece.
Yeah, you take it,
Yeah, I'm not sure, but but now maybe it was rook c1 or h3, not allowing bishop g4.
Yeah.
I was no, but that's maybe the whole point of this e6 move. That
Yeah. You have a point. This might be awkward.
yeah,
but I also have a feeling that both players are sort of a little bit avoiding known theory,
yeah,
and then we end up in a position that no one knows, and then then
anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Yeah, which is
So-
interesting.
Yeah. So we'll get back to this later on.
Mm.
And now we go to Frode Urkedal, who was very close to winning yesterday, but managed to make a draw
Against
only-
Milton.
Against Milton, yeah,
Mm.
that was
that's
actually
what you said,
the
yeah.
last game we were checking yesterday, and he plays against Rishi Sardana.
Is this Indian player or?
And just to be on the safe side, we are going to check
Oh.
him. We like to know who is playing always as commentator. So Sardana Rishi,
No, he's not. He's actually from
Australia.
Australia. That's
But the
interesting.
name sounds a bit Indian to me, but maybe it isn't. Maybe it isn't. He's born in '97, so he's 25. So he's not one of the youngest, but he's still quite young. And he's an international master,
Mhm.
and he plays Frode Urkedal, very strong Norwegian, one of the Norwegian grandmasters.
Mhm.
The many Norwegian grandmasters we can say today. And let's see this from the beginning. So Urkedal started out with d4, when we have a typical Queen's Gambit exchange variation.
Bishop b4. Yeah.
Bishop b4.
I don't. To be honest, I don't know much about these kind of positions. I never played them as white or black.
I don't know so much exact theory, but I can say that this position is not unknown. It has been played before, and as
But bishop b4 strikes me as a bit unusual. Bishop e7,
it's a bit-
bishop e7, of course, is
but
not standard.
the move Bishop b4 has been very popular in the Queen's Gambit in many lines now. It has
I'm sure
had a resurgence as one of the main weapons, and of course it comes from Carlsen, because he's been playing.
Yeah.
He's been playing it quite a lot.
Well, bishop b4 is a natural move of
Yeah,
development.
it's like
It,
an
it can
Indian, right?
it cannot be bad.
No, it can't be bad. So e3, h6, and now we have the exchange. You can also of course retreat to h4 in this situation, but then you have to watch out for things like g5 and knight e4.
Yeah, but
So taking, of course, is a
very solid, but
very
a bit boring.
yeah.
I would queen b3.
Queen b3.
I guess you can just take on c3,
Yeah.
but he doesn't. He
No,
plays.
he plays queen d6. Bishop d3, castles, knight f3. Yeah. Queen b3 is a bit, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's good.
Queen d6 looks to me a bit unusual, but maybe
But if you take on c3, b takes c3.
white is. Bit,
White should be a bit better.
Yeah,
I mean, it
so-
was this position. Queen b. queen b3, and let's say he takes. You can take with the queen also, but I would
No.
guess he takes like this.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
But it's, I mean, it's not
No.
nothing. In the game after knight
I mean,
f3,
I mean,
it was c6. So here's the.
Yeah. I would.
Current.
That's exactly what I want to say. I mean, this is of course. I would say that this is extremely ambitious for black. If he can get around his bishop a5 to bishop c7, and sort of knight d7 to knight f6, he has a very
Nice game.
nice game. White has he changed off his own black square bishop for no apparent reason, in my opinion. But I think the problem for black here is that e4 comes next move. Knight d7, for example, e4, and white is very active.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you there. I think e4. White has to use the lead in the development.
Otherwise, it's worse.
If he starts to, let's say, if he goes for the older plan with the minority attack play,
No.
let's say you play queen here and start a3, b4.
Too slow.
It's
way
much too slow because, as you said, this plan, and then basically going for mate here. Of course, with other pieces, the knight will come to
Also,
d7.
a nice point with the bishop on c7 is that if you play bishop c7 and then you put your knight on f6 and queen e7, e5 is completely protected. White can never do any knight e5 business.
Yes.
The knight on I mean, one can even imagine if white does queen c2, you can even imagine the move like queen c2, queen. Now maybe it's not a good idea to put you on e5, but queen e7 and bishop d6 and bishop d6, same kind of harmony for black. All right, but e4 is obviously the next move, and Urkudal is strong, so he will obviously knight e7 e4 doesn't look too good.
This looks like the normal
knight e7.
continuation.
Yeah. Because bishop g4, knight e5 is no.
You want to go here?
Yeah, I might as well do it immediately.
Caveman style.
Yeah. No, but I do think that if I don't do this, then I'm worse. But if I go e4, I might be better immediately. Because knight takes, I mean, d takes e4, knight takes e4, queen e7, and this is somehow one would think that you can drum up something here as white. I'm not
the
exactly
bishop on b4 still controls e1.
It's
so
true.
it's
A
little bit of a problem to solve.
But on the other hand, what is black's next move?
That's another
Knight
question.
f6
That's
is
another
not
question.
an option.
Maybe bishop a5 or something.
Yeah.
Something like that. Try to. Then you can play maybe knight f6. I mean, white cannot be worse here. That's for sure.
No, but I would try caveman style. Maybe rook ac1.
Can you play something like knight?
Yeah, knight e5 also, but that takes in the bishop e6. So I don't.
Yeah, that's true.
I would play rook ac1, maybe, and bishop a5, maybe d5. You go all in.
All in.
Because black cannot take back and go bishop c7. Of course, I put my rook on
Well, I
c1.
guess he has to take.
Yeah, but queen takes c5.
Yeah, that's true. And then you have to.
Bishop e6.
But then you have rook e1.
Then you have rook e1. Yeah, things are getting interesting here. I don't know, knight f6. It's not nothing's clear here, but
probably it's not winning or anything like that. But at least it looks. I mean, it somehow it's some sort of balance, I would say. But
white at least has.
If you make a mistake with black here, you will lose.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, I think white is pretty safe. Interesting. So in the game after castling, we haven't seen any moves. So let's move on.
Yeah.
This can be interesting. So and now we have a game between an international master, Alonso Garcia. Against the young Ukrainian grandmaster Platon Galperin, who actually I don't know if he's living. I think he's living in Sweden now. And Galperin is very young. He's not 20 yet. Let's check out Alonso. I'm not sure how old he is. There. So So let's see, Garcia. There we have Platon. Let's check him out just for safety. There he is. 2003. He's 19 years old. Grandmaster from Ukraine. And then we have what was his name? I have to check. Alonso Garcia. Yeah, so he's in A, on the letter A. Alonso. There he is. Yeah, same age, international master. So we have two young guys fighting out this game, and yeah, I think I recognize this position. Let's see it. It's Sicilian. And some people think it's the most interesting Sicilian, the dragon variation. And this H5 move.
H5,
you don't like it?
Well, I guess I'm getting old. This is I think there's similar positions, but then I think you put your bishop on knight on d7, which they sort of call the Dragadorf.
Yeah, that's another line. With A6.
A6 and G6. But this was just, you want to combine.
This was championed by Lars Karlsson.
H5.
Yes, he played this.
Yeah, I know. But did he do so well? I'm not sure. But
yeah, the idea is obvious. There will be no G4 for a while.
Yeah, at least. But when it finally comes, you're in trouble. Maybe. I mean,
well, there are some ideas. I mean, White can try to force it by playing H3 and G4.
Yeah.
And if
I think actually played Lasse.
Yeah.
Once. Yeah, it's something like H3 and then he played H4 and
yeah.
I put my C4 and rook H1 and he was doing things on the king side.
Yeah, right.
Which I can. I was not impressed at the time. I cannot remember what happened in the game though.
No.
He was of course still is very strong. So, but H5 I'm a bit doubtful about this. But all right, I'm sure Galperin knows what he's doing.
It's a way to play for a win.
Yeah.
Of course. And also these days you don't want to play against your opponent's computer analysis. So if you can get out of that, a lot is won. So Queen E2 is also not the sort of standard position for the queen in the dragon, but of course in this situation with H5 maybe Queen E2 has some extra merit.
Yeah, I would say as a former dragon player, the thing is that with this sort of setup with H5 and bishop D7, Black has allowed, because if, for example, if you instead of H5 go bishop G7, if you would have your bishop on G7 here, then knight takes E4 might be a tactical threat. But now you don't have two threats on D4.
Right.
So White can just simply castle queen side.
Yeah.
So
you don't have to think about D4.
Yeah, this slow setup has allowed Queen E2. Then now the question is Queen E2 better than Queen D2?
That's another question.
Yeah, but at least you allowed it. Yeah. So I am probably too old-fashioned, but I don't really like this setup. But we'll see how Galperin will develop here.
No, I would suspect that this position is slightly better for White.
Yes.
White has made very normal moves, and Black has played H5, which is
a
little bit controversial.
Yeah, and Bishop D7 is not the most active move.
No, so Black has played a little bit provocatively, and we will see what happens. Yeah. This will be interesting. So let's go forward. And now we come to the young Danish player Jesper Søndergaard Thybo.
Okay.
Also a young guy. Let's just see how young he is. I'm too old to remember things like that.
Yes.
I think he's very young. Let's see.
Thybo,
here we are. Here he is.
Yeah. Oh well,
he's getting 23, getting old. Yeah, you should be 16 these years.
Yeah, he's 23. Yeah, he's getting old.
Very old. Yeah, very old.
No, but he's full.
And he
what's his rating? He's quite high rated, yeah?
Yeah, 25-15.
Yeah,
he plays Yoav Milikov. I think he's an Israeli guy, but just for
I think Yoav sounds like a
Yeah, that sounds very
Israeli.
Milikov. There are two Milikovs here, Yoav.
And they're both from Israel, so
So we will just check. Yeah, 2004. He's 18. He's the younger guy. International. He's also arena grandmaster, which is interesting. That's a new
never heard of.
Yeah, they have this online arena where you can play and where you can gain titles. And he has. So this is a FIDE title. You have to watch out for those arena grandmasters.
Yeah, well,
New dangerous breed.
Yeah, but but I will avoid that because I have decided not to play on the net.
Okay.
If I ever play, I will play over the board.
So you're not striving for this?
No, I'm not.
You're not a contender. Okay. So let's see what happened here. Okay. So Thibaut Jesper, the older guy here, he started off with D4, knight F6, C4, E6, knight F3, D5. And now the Catalan.
The Catalan, all right, fair enough.
And we have the bishop B4 line, bishop D2, bishop E7.
Okay.
Even I've played this at some point with black. Bishop G2, castles, C6. Yeah, the closed Catalan, I think it's called, or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, solid. Of course. And now bishop C3.
Bishop.
That's not the most common.
It looks a bit strange. Queen. I would think the Queen C2 is eminently normal.
Yeah, I think bishop F4.
Yeah, but might as well protect the pawn on C4.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
Queen C2 looks. I mean,
well, after bishop F4, if you take on C4, knight E5.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Think the
knight
pawn goes.
D5. Yeah, I don't know. No, of course, nothing wrong with bishop F4.
No. But I agree. I think Queen C2 is bishop. Here we have this typical avoiding the theory move. Maybe he has analyzed it. Probably the computer says, yeah, it's just as good as playing Queen C2. Computers have no sense for chess.
no prejudice.
And no sense for aesthetics. It's just all calculation.
Yeah.
No style. Okay.
I'm interested in d takes c4.
You want to take the pawn?
I want to immediately give it back. So if you go knight e5, my idea was to play b5.
Yeah.
And if white takes on c6 twice, you play rook b8. Looks very good to me.
Let's have a look. Okay, everything so far looks very solid.
And bishop on c3 is obviously not a good piece.
No, this looks very bad for white actually.
Yeah, black is slightly better. Yeah. I mean, white cannot make the normal development move knight e2 because he loses a piece.
Right.
Knight e2 b4, but annoying.
This one is not so nice. Yeah, you're right. So d takes c4 was interesting. Maybe you could improve play this move.
Yeah.
Something like that. And then you play knight bd2 and so on. Probably you will get the pawn back.
Yeah, I'm not
but
saying...
This is okay for black, but I mean... It's
no, that's just an idea, but...
but in the game he didn't do that. He went for knight e4.
Somehow strategically, of course, it's very ambitious that you want to change off that piece on c3, which is not that great. You're playing for some kind of bishop pair. Now, but of course you're giving white a lot of tempo.
Yeah. In the game, white just played knight e2.
Yeah.
And then there was this exchange. b6,
e4,
and e4. And bishop b4, knight e5.
Bishop e7, yeah.
So
there's a famous trick in this position.
Okay.
Knight d7 is a serious mistake. It's a famous trick. Knight takes c6 wins a pawn. This is very nice.
Yeah.
E takes d5, e takes d5.
And if you move back, you have the
d6
trick.
That's the trick. Yeah. So e takes d5, c takes d5. Of course, makes no difference. And d6.
And then you win a pawn and
win a pawn, and
it's not so nice.
no, it's just so it's a very nice, it's a nice trick that I've seen before, which of course, but
Have you seen this position, or you mean in general?
in general, I'm not sure I've seen it with the bishop, the weak pawn or the double pawns on the c file, but something very similar.
Yes.
I've seen this. Maybe it's simply the position when maybe say that instead of the bishop, the pawn will be on b2 and the white knight on c3.
Yes.
It's the same trick.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah, it can come in many disguises.
yeah.
Yeah.
So this is I guess this is the idea that it's not so easy for black to develop here. You must solve this problem. You must do something with your knight on b8. And you like to go to d7, but you cannot at this point, at least. So what to do? I guess that's the. Should black take
And
on?
if you play a move like f6, then you weaken your e6 pawn.
Yeah, that is. Then you just go back, and then even bishop h3 is starting to become a. Yeah, knight d3. You're right. Knight d3. This is no.
And then this one is
Yeah.
extremely weak.
Yeah. This is not possible.
So yeah.
No, not f6. But I would. Put
No, that's not possible.
no.
So the question is what to do here. If you cannot do those things, what do you do? Some queen move?
Nah.
Queen c7?
Yeah, maybe, but rook e1.
Yeah, but you have to make moves.
Yeah, I would say maybe take on c4 or take on e4. But it takes on e4, bishop takes e4. It's the same. Take on c4 then and play knight e7 next move.
Something like this.
Yeah.
Do we take back with this
Yeah,
one?
fair enough. Yeah. And then knight e7. At least you solved your development problem.
Maybe you can try and do something like bishop
Fair
a6.
enough. Fair enough. Rook e1. Yeah, I don't
But
know.
then f6.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Something like this. Maybe.
It's tricky. Yeah. Maybe.
Maybe you can play queen b3 here.
Yeah.
But then you lose some of the initiative and.
On the other hand, you weaken c6. Queen b3 is probably a good move. I like that.
Yes, you have to do it.
Yeah, I like that.
And now.
Now I'm not sure bishop a6 is such an asset. Bishop a6.
And now you have to go f6. Force the knight. You have to.
The computer doesn't. The evaluation bar goes haywire.
Yeah, because it's bad. That's the reason.
It's probably some problem with this.
Maybe
Yeah, it has. This looks horrible. No.
No, it's very easy to get carried away here. But d takes c4 is maybe good, but the question is
and knight e7. I would say you play conservatively. Yeah, you try to
just do. Yeah, that's probably the best. And maybe then white has not gained so much from this thing with bishop c3.
No.
Yeah. So dc4 is a good option, but we'll see what he does. He's thinking.
No. So
maybe he falls for the trap and plays knight d7. Who knows?
Yeah.
So let's take the next one.
Yeah.
And here we have a young Swedish international master, 19-year-old Hampus Sørensen, against Kaido Kylauts
from Estonia, very experienced grandmaster.
He's an experienced grandmaster. I don't know his exact age, but he's been playing for a long time.
He's 45 or
45 or something.
like this, yeah.
Very strong and very solid player, I would say.
Yeah. And also, but this become very interesting because this is the same opening as in the last game.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, we will put the moves on the board.
And Kaido plays.
We have
he likes to check. Okay, fair enough. So, and now Sørensen plays.
Now Sørensen plays the standard moves, so to speak.
Knight b7. Yeah. And
the queen c2. Yeah. Queen c2.
Makes
and
perfect
then
sense.
We see knight b7, rook d1. I think is also quite standard.
Yeah.
b6, bishop f4.
Yeah.
Bishop a6. Knight e5.
I'm not sure about that. Is that such a hurry? What was wrong with knight e2?
Nothing wrong with it. It's possible.
or even there's even ideas to play b3, knight c3, and e4.
Yeah, there are many moves.
Yeah. Should
Well,
black?
this has been played
No, I'm sure many.
recently.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of.
Yeah.
Actually, I think knight e5 is the most played move. It doesn't
Really?
mean that it's the best, but
Mm.
yeah, it's actually mostly played.
Fair enough.
That's my impression. But usually in these positions there are many options, many moves. But if black managed to get everything going with in the right moment, playing c5.
Yeah, rook c8 and c5. of
Yeah,
course.
rook c8. It's a simple plan. Well, you have
Yeah.
to watch out for moves like queen a4 sometimes.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's white cannot spend too much time.
Certainly not. No.
So okay, knight e5 was played, and we have rook c8, and there was c takes d5
What is queen a4? I'm
in
just-
this position. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm just curious.
It looks very normal. Let's have a look at that.
Well, you know,
You
yeah,
take
bishop.
c4.
Yeah, you can take and go b5.
Yeah, that's the idea.
No, the queen a4 is
So,
stupid.
well, we show that. It's interesting.
Nice
And now-
tactical
and
idea.
now suddenly black is all fine.
Yeah, even better. Yeah.
So-
Okay.
so there are
Sorry,
some
fair
tricks.
enough.
Yeah.
Uh,
So this,
so
because interestingly, black is actually ahead in development now. Because white has spent some time here, queen c2, rook d1, and so on,
yeah.
and black has managed to get all his pieces out.
But if you go knight d2, then
Here,
yeah,
it's possible.
as you say, but at least then you develop, as you pointed out. You,
Yeah,
but can and that,
maybe you can take on e5 and play knight d7.
fair enough. Take.
Playable.
But what is happening here? It's d takes c5.
You want to take with the pawn.
Let's see. At least more ambitious.
Yeah.
But knight. No.
Knight h5 looks well. Can you play knight h5? No. Bishop b3, d4. No, it's knight b3.
Yeah, something one would say.
Because no. Let's say we go here.
And now it gets interesting.
Well, it looks solid for black.
Yeah. Yeah, if white doesn't have e4, d4 doesn't look promising.
No.
But you want to go e4. What otherwise are you doing? But if d4 works out, then it's nothing. Or you even worse. Maybe this is simply not good.
Well, it's playable, but perhaps not.
A variation bar says black is better.
Well, very slightly, not so much.
I always like to. The one thing is interesting about watching games on the internet, when this even with the strong players, is the commentators always have this variation bar, and it goes boop, up and down. It's very entertaining.
Yeah. If you don't like it, we can take it away. But
no, not at all. It's
I think for the audience, it's nice.
yeah, but it's entertaining even
Yeah.
for me.
yeah. But as you see, we don't see the lines. They are behind here. I don't show them.
But was it White's move here?
It's white's move, and he took on d5.
Which,
So, and this actually is the most played move in the position.
Really? Yeah.
Strangely, yeah. C takes d5, knight takes d5.
Knight take. Is it c takes d5, knight c6? Simply.
Probably yes. And
Is it?
Well, let's see.
Is this so clear? Queen
No,
e8?
nothing is clear.
What is this?
No, I guess you take.
Queen takes e7?
And then some, maybe just develop.
You get that move. Yeah.
And,
Yeah. Now you have a bishop pair. So
I mean, it's not.
no, okay.
Not the.
No, but white is probably slightly
Not
better.
the end of the world. But okay, knight takes d5, a decent move. Knight c3. Knight e5.
You want to take there?
Well,
What is knight takes f4?
but I think white plays this quite a lot with the bishop on f4 and allows taking there. It's considered to give white
Nice
a decent
initiative.
game. Yeah, because
You take back. You have
Yeah.
a problem on c6. This is true.
Yeah, and you get a solid formation with the e3 and
Yeah, it's not okay.
So-
Fair enough. Takes on
so
e5.
we can just show that because
Yeah.
maybe the audience are not familiar with this idea. But White will continue with e3 at some point, maybe even e4, and he has a very solid pawn formation.
Yeah, I mean the white king is basically not weak.
And there's also the idea
yeah,
king,
yeah, it's
king,
king h1, bishop
rook g1, and then you
yeah.
have this attack. So there are many chances for.
No, knight takes f4 was
active
not
play.
good.
So in the game, he took on e5, and after bishop e5, he played f6.
Mhm.
And,
White
then
has-
there are no options but bishop f4.
You want to take it now on f4
You can take it on f4 if you want to.
because
If you don't take,
yeah, what then? I
then the bishop might retreat,
yeah, even to c1.
even to c1.
Yeah, and then
Because
no,
now black is riddled with weakness here. This is a long-term problem.
no, I would think maybe take on f4
Let's see. Take.
and
All
bishop
takes.
b7. I want to avoid any queen a4 trick.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe.
What about queen b3? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, queen d7. No. Okay, bishop e7 was too slow. Let's put it back. I don't know what to do. You want to play. Maybe a move like bishop d6. I don't know if. Oh no, e3. No, the evaluation
Well,
bar didn't
yeah.
like it at all.
Well, maybe not even e3. Maybe there are better moves here.
Yeah, maybe bishop d. Or maybe, but the problem is you're running into king h, queen a4. I was thinking of just playing king h8.
Mm-hmm.
Get-
Here,
Yeah, well, I don't know. At least
Just
queen b3 is not such
get
a
away. Yeah.
get away from queen b3 ideas.
Mhm.
But queen a4. I mean, all right. Maybe white is just taking a pawn here, but maybe not so clear. No, bishop b7, queen takes a7, queen c7.
And then this one is hanging.
That one is hanging, but white probably has to play queen a4, and then queen takes f4, and black is excellent.
That is good. Yeah.
So queen a4 was
Yeah.
not
It-
good, not good.
No,
So
no.
so maybe king h8 just to get away from that possible.
But you want to start by taking, right?
Yeah, and king h8.
So what about some? Should we go for this attack or play?
I mean, I'm not saying, but at some point black can maybe even go for g5. I'm not sure, but not sure at all. But at least I think king h8 is a useful move.
It certainly is. But I would say this position is very double-edged.
Yeah.
Chances for both sides.
Sure.
Yeah. So I think we're going for a break.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So we will take a 15-minute break, and then we will restart by going back and looking at these games again.
Yeah. So we're looking at 8 games.
It will be 8 games. Maybe,
Yeah,
maybe we pick some more games in the next round.
Yeah,
Okay.
we should take a look at Marg and
Marg
against
that.
at least that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there are some games. Okay, see you in a bit.
In a while. Yeah. Vad vi var när vi la
jag kommer
av.
tillbaka. Okay, we are back after a quick break and we are going to go through the games from beginning again and see what's happened. And we start with game number 1 on board 1 with Khan Kusiksari, the Swedish 3-point leader of the tournament, against the Indian guy Pranith Vupala. And let's go back here and see. We only saw a few moves in the opening. They played this very symmetrical.
Can you remember exactly? Was it here?
I think this was the place, and we said that Black should play knight e4, and he did.
He did.
Yeah. So we predicted the right move. We give ourselves a point for that. Okay, and then Rook c1. Not normal move, I guess.
Indeed.
Yeah. Queen e7.
Well, cannot be criticized. Yeah.
And now, interestingly, b4.
Uh-huh.
I guess it's the c7 pawn. That's the point.
Well, it forces the issue because c5 is a threat.
I mean, if you take on b4, I guess you can take on d5 and take on c7. Maybe.
Yeah, obviously. But yeah.
In the game,
but
yeah.
no, but I'm just thinking, if Black's to move here, c5, of course, normal. I'm not.
Yeah, he played it.
Yeah, I see it on the screen. But just another idea. I'm not sure. If you go, say you go knight takes d2.
Mm-hmm. And let's say we take back.
Probably you should just take back. Yeah. And now bishop b4.
Going for material, and then
Well,
we take.
And bishop takes d5.
Mm-hmm.
The idea will rook c7, bishop d6, but maybe white has e4 this position, which sort of thwarts my plan.
Maybe e4, yeah. Looks normal.
That was not so good. My idea was not good, basically.
The problem for Black is that he gets the pawn, but when he loses it back, he has no position.
Yeah, but also now bishop e7, rook takes 7 comes with tempo.
Yeah.
This is not. I mean, it's probably a catastrophe actually. Queen e4, and bishop e5, and so on. Now, never mind.
So, but he played c5, which I think is very solid. I mean, we have to do something against this threat. And if you cannot take, what would be the option? c6, but that looks. Then you lose e4.
No, you lose a pawn even.
So, it's quite forcing. It's quite forcing.
Yeah.
So c5 was the move, and then there was exchange on d5, exchange on c5, double exchange on c5, bishop e2, bishop c6,
bishop c6,
knight b3, rook a b8, and this is the position we have now.
But
do you have do you think?
No, I'm just interested in position after is bishop c6 the best move? Maybe it is.
I don't know.
No, but I'm just interested in this position. But all right, it's. I guess it makes sense to try to activate your bishop. Might as well.
The alternative would be maybe rook a b8.
Yeah, but that. No, probably knight. Bishop c6 is probably what happened here. Yeah, fair enough.
But bishop c6, I agree with you. It looks a bit strange because it seems to be a very vulnerable square, right?
Yeah, I mean even bishop.
But okay, the idea is to go bishop a4. That's the trick.
I guess.
So he wants to go here, attack the queen, gain the tempo. So he's not afraid of moves like knight e4 and d4 and things like that because he can always go for bishop a4.
Yeah. But if, for example, I'm just speculating here, but you say even if you play like, I don't know, maybe Black gets a lot of tempos, but you see, I was thinking if you go knight d4,
and I guess this must be the point.
Queen e1. I'm not. Oh, My idea
Knight
is
f5.
knight f5 is a threat, and maybe knight takes e4 and queen a5 and try to bother black.
Mm-hmm.
And is the bishop on a4 so great? Probably it could be vulnerable. I'm not saying this is anything, but it's an idea, I would think. I mean, knight f5 is a problem you have to deal with. An immediate problem to deal with.
It's true. So do we have something good?
I don't know.
It's not clear. There are many moves, of course, you can try here. You could play something like some queen move, maybe.
Fair enough. But where?
Queen f6, maybe.
Putting yourself on the diagonal.
Well,
yeah, true enough.
but who is pinned?
Who's pinned? Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe go queen h6 later on.
Fair enough. Okay, knight queen f6, knight takes e4. Queen a5.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Yeah, the elevation bar gives white an advantage, so maybe this is the move. So what do we do? Take with the pawn? Take with the knight? Maybe take with the pawn. And you said queen a5. Yeah, white is slightly better, obviously.
Yeah, it's a bit annoying to get
The thing is, he's slightly better also after the move that was played.
Sure.
So I think the position. I mean, if we just make a general assessment, this pawn here is a little bit of a weakness, right?
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think that the problem is, I mean, if you play the Isolani with an Isolani pawn,
Yeah.
you should have some form of initiative and attack.
Right. That's it. I think black is trying to
When
somehow
black-
get something. Yeah.
But black has nothing of that in this position. There's no attack on the king side.
White is super solid.
Yeah, if white is super solid and white is slightly better in this kind of position.
Yeah, I think
Well, of course,
that's the conclusion.
But of course, knight b3 is an excellent.
There's nothing wrong with it.
No, of course not. No.
Rook a b8. And in this position, white is thinking.
Okay.
So, if you were white here,
Well, knight fd4 is the obvious move. I'm not saying that's the best move, but and then, I mean, bishop a4 is not an option, so you have to go back to d7, and maybe that's not so bad actually. Put the bishop on d7, at least it protects. It does more on d7 than on b7.
yeah.
And
Well, black does not have any immediate attack.
on the other hand,
there is this sort of
potential.
potential with the bishop on d6.
And white is not doing anything special either.
Yeah.
I mean, white doesn't have any special. I mean, should white play bishop f3 just to, well, at least it's better probably on f2, but it doesn't look that impressive.
You mean play maybe g3, bishop g2, get some
Yeah.
sort of position like that?
Yeah, but
Something like this, maybe even do this.
yeah, fair.
And go here and
But it's that kind of position. White cannot do much, but black cannot do much either.
no, I don't think there is anything really wrong with black's position. It's only the d5 pawn, and if you don't attack it with white, maybe white is maybe a little bit more comfortable, but black has a little bit more space. It's in a way there is some sort of dynamic balance.
If black's next move is not a5,
Yeah, he could try something like that. Crazy.
he tried
But
to do something.
It's not much.
No, much.
Okay, I think we should jump.
Yeah,
This
fair
this
enough.
this will develop. We will check it out. So we have this game. We saw only a few moves in the beginning last time. We were discussing this position actually,
Yeah.
and we said that White can maybe play d4, and he did. He played d4, and Black played knight f6, and we had a quick
I don't like
exchange of
that.
everything. b3 c6 should b2, but I think we have to also remember that Black player here is the higher rated and also well-known grandmaster from India, Sasikiran, and maybe White has some respect here.
Yeah, maybe too much.
Yeah, maybe, but when you have a lot of respect, then often some people think that you should exchange your queen and things like that. I think that's not maybe the best way to do it. You should
You do exactly the opposite.
the opposite. Keep the queens, make it complicated,
Mm.
and hope for a miracle.
Yeah.
Because in the ending, the stronger player usually
It's better technique, in my opinion.
Yeah.
No, I didn't like this at all. I mean,
White has played very unambitiously.
Yeah.
This is very, very. So we will just check some more moves and see how this develops. Black has certainly no problems in this position.
Bishop h3 is I mean, if she, yeah, Black is, yeah, the evaluation bar agrees with me. Black is better. Black is already slightly better.
Because White there is no focus in White's play,
Yeah.
right? Bishop h3, what was that? Nothing. It's just a move, but it doesn't produce anything. Well, he can play f3 and so on, but still Black is very solid. But White is also solid, so we shouldn't be too harsh. But yeah, I think White would be very happy to get a draw offer if he got it.
Yeah, but he won't.
That's my impression. No, I don't think so. I think this will be a long grind.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think we can say much more about
No.
it. So we go to Panzer against Livaik. And this was the King's Indian.
Mm.
So interesting to see what happened here. We had this knight a6, the sort of alternative move, knight
Yeah.
a6. And you explained very well the idea to avoid all the exchanges. So it's a play for a win, you could say, with Black.
Yeah.
After
I
castles,
think so.
e5, we saw d5. You criticized that a bit.
A bit,
You
yeah.
preferred rook e1, or
Rook
maybe,
e1 is the main
maybe,
first
maybe
comment.
even bishop e3 is a possibility here.
Oh,
But,
sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
but he played d5,
Mm.
sort of principled move in the King's Indian. a5, rook e1, b6, bishop f1, knight h5, bishop e3. And we can see from the evaluation bar that it agrees with you that maybe White has not done this in the most effective
No,
way.
but because if you close the position with d5,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
But what's the point then of playing bishop e1, rook e1, sorry, and bishop f1? What's the point?
Yeah. It's sort of a mixed ideas.
Yeah, if you go d5, you should. I mean, instead of go back there. If you, instead of rook e1, I would knight c5, queen c2, a5. Now maybe a b3. The idea is
Do you want to play a3 and b4 and things like
well, I
that?
have that in as an option at least. Yeah,
Mhm.
in the long run.
Yeah.
Of course, there's a very nice trick here. Instead of if you go b3,
Mm-hmm.
instead you go rook b1 with the same idea. This loses.
Oh yeah, yeah. Then
No,
you can take on e4. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a nice trick to know.
Yeah.
You
Or you take with one
it
of
doesn't
these.
matter, of course. And then it's queen takes e4, bishop f5. It's a nice one, and you lose everything. So
Yeah.
it's just a trick, of course, but it shows that it's not so easy for White to. I mean, even rook b1 is next move. It's not an option. You want to go rook b1, a3, and b4, but you have to sort of move your bishop.
But shouldn't you keep the rook on a1 and just play a3, b4 and move the bishop from c1?
Yeah, but I would think now. What my idea could be, if I'm not sure this is a good move, Bishop D7, A3, A4, and then you get B4, Knight B4, Knight B3 tricks.
Yeah.
The,
So let's say something
Bishop
like
D7.
this.
I'm not saying this is A3.
Something like
You
this.
just play A4.
Maybe just go here and you have
Knight B3.
a square here. Yeah.
Yeah. And white is wrong again.
Yeah, this is not good.
Knight D4 even next move.
So already here.
A5. Yeah. No, I think this is now white really has to think about what to do here. I think maybe Bishop E3.
You know, the sort of
Oh,
the general idea
Bishop
seems to be
G5
Bishop
even.
G5 seems to be the move that people play. But I don't know if it's any big advantage. But H6, I think you go back. It seems.
Okay.
And
now I remember this is some kind of strange lines like Knight G4 and then you take on C5. D takes C5, H3, Knight F6, and then you take on E5.
So this
long variations,
take,
but takes
take.
H3, Knight F6, and now you take, and Knight takes D5, and
C takes.
maybe C, and then F4 even. There's something like crazy lines like this.
Yeah.
F4.
Yeah.
And suddenly White has switched plans to. Now White wants to play in the initiative in the center. Interesting.
Yeah, interesting idea, and this would be definitely on the cards.
Yeah.
So, but in the game, we can. There has happened a little bit of development here. Bishop F1, Knight H5, Bishop E3, F5. Now he played A3, so now he finally goes for the B4. But now I guess you can play A4. No, you cannot play A4 now because you take on C5. Yeah, maybe it's...
well, I'm not so sure about that though. B takes C5, Knight takes A4, F takes E4, and how's the tactics? The Knight on A4 is loose.
No, but this is clearly better for black now.
Yeah.
He has gotten everything you can get almost.
In a King's Indian, yeah.
And he has many options. He can attack on E4. He can try to play positional with A4. He can go for F4 and the standard pawn.
Even F4 in this position looks very good to me.
Yeah.
I mean, if you take on C5, B takes C5, and G5 is rolling.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's coming.
What are you supposed to do as White?
And White hasn't managed to get any counterplay on the queen side.
He sort
You
of
should have played already B4 and C5 almost.
and then maybe you equal.
right. Well, then it's this unclear.
Yeah.
Now it's not unclear. It's clear that black is better, right? So this doesn't look very good for White, unfortunately. But we will see what happens. But it seems to be skewed in favor of black at this point. So
we agree on that.
Let's jump.
Now things have gotten
here
weird.
Here we have this weird position that we... Let's see now where we were.
I think we were at Bishop E3.
I think this E6 was played.
Bishop E3, and I was suggesting Rook E8 in this position.
And he played H6.
H6. I've seen these lines. You go H. If you can get B6, Bishop B7, Knight D7. I've seen this kind of ideas, but still.
Yeah. What happened in the game? Because it's not easy to analyze a position like this because there is no real contact between the troops. It's just sort of a trench warfare.
Yeah.
H3
makes perfect sense. I like that.
Yeah, I think so. You want to prevent Knight G4.
Yeah.
And you have lots of time. King H7, Queen D2, and now
should be good too.
Knight D7. I think you mentioned that move
Maybe.
in an earlier position. So I mean, the ideas could be the same. One idea could be E5. I don't know if F5 is a possibility. Very aggressive.
Yeah.
But in general, I would not think that such a plan would be good. I mean, black has no pieces out.
Rook E1. I would play Rook E1.
White played surprisingly Bishop C4 here.
I guess. I guess.
Well, what you said, which move would you want?
Rook e1.
Rook fe1.
Yeah.
Well, it cannot be bad. I mean, but it's difficult to.
I mean,
evaluate.
you cannot criticize bishop c4 either.
No.
It's perfect. I mean,
Rook e1 to me is a little bit of a mysterious rook move, you know. the
but
famous
it's
mysterious-
better on e1 than on f1.
Well,
Yeah,
well, if you want to play f4, then you should have.
Yeah,
how
but-
do you know now that you're not going to play f4 at later stage? It's
yeah.
difficult to know,
Yeah,
right?
or fair
You have
enough.
to see into the future. Anyway, bishop c4 was played, and e5 came, which I think was your original idea.
Yeah, but I wanted to.
And now instead we see rook fd1, and now f5. And this is now it's getting interesting. Black is not afraid, and white took on f5 here,
Mm-hmm.
which is decent, right? Because there was a threat of f4.
Fair enough. Should be that move. Yeah.
So what's your evaluation here?
Well, g takes f5 is the only move.
Yeah, but what's the evaluation? White is better, I would say. On principle, white is better, but the question is how to show that.
Mm.
Should you take on e5 also, maybe?
Well, f4 is a serious threat.
Yeah.
You have to deal with,
Yeah.
and that's why I'm not so happy about the rook being on d1. Maybe I'm wrong. I wanted to have it on
Yeah.
e1.
Yeah. But let's see.
He has to take,
We have to play the pieces where they are, as they
Yeah.
say.
and he has to take back with the pawn. I think, and it looks taking with the knight on e5 is just temporarily active. But if white takes on e5, knight takes e5, and bishop f1,
Yeah.
you sort of just loosened your position for no reason. I mean, now at least f4 is a serious threat.
Yeah. I mean, we can just see something like this, right?
Yeah, and that.
And now you can just move your bishop
No,
somewhere.
No, take on
Maybe
it.
even here or
Yeah, but
maybe
no,
here.
not
here.
that. Yeah,
Oh, you want to take first, yeah?
yeah, take it. Why not?
Because then you can take with the pawn, maybe.
But then you change queens. Then I think that end game could be a serious problem.
Yeah, like this.
Yeah. We discussed these kind of positions with the queen exchange. I mean, this looks very. I mean,
Oh, and white is clearly better, but
yeah, this looks very nice for white. So you have to, and if you take on the knight on e5, then maybe bishop e2, let's say, and black has one move activity, but what is this? I mean, knight d5 next move or something, and put in. You can even play knight d5 and knight f4, and you, sooner or later you're going to have problems on the maybe sooner. You have problems with your king.
Yeah.
No. I think black must take back with the pawn on e5
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
And
So we had d takes e5, d takes e5,
yeah,
and then the question is how to.
then the question is,
Proceed.
yeah.
The threat is still f4, I guess.
Maybe I'm changing my view here. Maybe white actually made perfect. Now I think maybe you should play a move like queen e2.
Can you play some tactics with bishop g5?
Even, but yeah, fair enough. It could be very interesting. Queen e8, knight d5, and what on earth
Because
is
if
happening here?
I was thinking something like this.
Yeah, this could be extremely dangerous.
The king has to go somewhere. I don't know where. Here, maybe you go to e6 or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm not totally sure, but it's interesting.
It's sort of in the pipeline. It's
Yeah.
a possibility. Maybe you don't do it here, but it's
But what is queen e2?
yeah.
That-
Maybe
that-
that's a good move.
A simple move, queen e2, because then rook on d1. It makes, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
f4 bishop c5.
Right.
Horrible. And e4 knight d4.
Mm-hmm.
At least the rook d1 move makes perfect sense. Now looks nice. I
Also,
mean,
now the knight g5 check could be interesting in some points, and queen h5 it could be.
Could be, of course. Yeah.
In the right moment, maybe not now, but it's in there. So very tricky position.
This I think is. I mean, look at Rook A8, Bishop C8.
Yeah.
It's doing nothing.
Yeah, Black plays extremely ambitiously, but also taking a big risk here.
Yeah, I don't like this. I mean, White's next move could be the simple knight d5. I'm just putting my piece.
Mm-hmm.
It's better on d5 than on c3. So why
Right.
not put it there? And what is Black supposed to do?
Right.
Extremely unpleasant.
Yeah. It's a very unpleasant position for Black.
Yeah.
And right now we have this position. B takes f5, and we expect G takes f5.
Well, if you
And
cannot take on d4, you lose a pawn. So and Rook
No,
takes f5
it's
is
just not good.
or maybe he wants to do Rook takes f5.
Yeah.
Sacrifice on f3.
Maybe. Yeah, it's
Probably better than what we discussed.
Could be. Still, it's tempting to take with a pawn because you threaten f4.
But Rook takes f5.
But sometimes, of course, you need to change your plans when you see that it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So maybe. I think we'll just have to wait.
Yeah.
We'll
See what happens.
See what happens. So we will take this position, and let's see where we were here. We had the Queen b3, and there was the Queen d6, Bishop d3, and we were talking about this position. And you said you wanted to do e4 for White.
Yeah, after
at some
castles.
point. Yeah. There was castling and knight d7.
And I wanted to play e4.
Yeah, but this was not played in the game.
Urkedal had other ideas.
Yeah,
obviously.
Urkedal played the classical. He played Queen a3, Bishop a5, Queen c2, Knight f6, h3,
Yeah.
Rook e8, and he played for the b4, Bishop c7, and he just played the minority attack. And Black never got. So, and Knight a4.
Oh well.
So
Minority attack, but what is Bishop takes a3? I want to take the pawn.
you want to take.
I
the
am
pawn.
greedy. I
Yeah.
just take it. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's do. So, what can we do here? Yeah. If we take on c6, then you have Bishop d7. That's not very good, I guess.
Yeah, no. There's no tactics. Why?
There is no tactics, so probably you have
Rook
to
c1, cb1.
yeah, Rook b1
cb1. Yeah.
like this. Black has these weak pawns, c6, a7.
Yeah, I would think maybe the problem is knight d7. You have White has actually knight e5 with activity, or even no. Maybe Black should just play back. Play knight bishop d6. Oh no, knight b6 is coming.
Yeah, that's
No, well, is this true? Rook b8. What was the
well,
point?
let's see.
Is this even the problem? Knight b6, rook b8 looks very solid to me. But if you take on
What if we just
bishop d7, isn't this very? I don't know. Is this solid? Queen a6 maybe, with the threat of rook b7, if that's the threat.
well, Black does not have much play here.
Oh, knight e4. Let's go.
Yeah. Why not?
We'll see. I'm not sure about this. Maybe rook b7, knight f2 doesn't work.
Yeah, but yeah, I think it does actually.
It works. Rook takes d7. This
Yep.
doesn't. This is horrible. I think. What is this? Bishop g3 is mate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This is mate, directly mate. No,
Yeah,
but
because if we protect,
but white has probably had rook takes this. I don't know
if we protect mate,
what bishop takes. Bishop takes h3.
then we just have to see it all through to the end.
Ooh, this
And
is
now you threaten to take here.
yeah. This is at least the draw for black. I would think.
No, it's winning.
Probably was just winning. Yeah. Somehow it should be winning.
Yes, but how?
Maybe we move at rook e6. I don't know.
Yeah, probably yes.
Queen b5, rook e8. I mean, the white position is not going in the right direction. I'm not sure about these last two moves, but still.
Maybe the last move was not the best.
No, certainly. No, you can. I mean, it's even like. Yeah, well, I don't know. Rook e, no, a6. No, no.
Not rook b8, but
Not rook b8, unfortunately. Well, somehow I think no, but I think that was too much fantasy. After knight takes f2, maybe there was rook takes d7. Let's see, how was that position? But maybe I was rook takes.
But we played rook b7. Maybe that was not so good.
True enough.
So obviously knight f2 is
Annoying.
typical tactical device here. So you have to be careful.
Maybe rook.
F2, rook b2.
Rook b2. Yeah.
Just protect. Yeah, some dynamic balance here, I guess.
I agree.
But this would be sort of a typical development, and taking on a3 is possible. White will get the pawn back, and then the question is what happens.
Yeah, because what's the alternative? Like
Well, the
bishop
alternative-
d7.
some
Yeah, but knight c5. Now white is slowly.
yeah,
Slowly, and but what is black doing?
yeah,
Nothing.
white is better. So probably your bishop a3 move
Just to create,
might be the best option here.
just to create some kind of imbalance, because you don't want to sit and defend. Well, you don't want to sit and defend the c6 pawn. You might as well exchange it for another one.
Yeah, it's better to defend the a pawn.
Yeah,
The a pawn is also, in a case where it survives, it's more worth.
yeah,
because
sure. It's a potential pass. I mean, yeah.
Potentially a winning pawn
Yeah,
in some
a long
situations.
way ahead,
way, yeah.
but
Yeah. So we'll see what happens here. We will go to the next. Then now we have this surprising draw.
what is this?
Yeah.
A bit boring, I would say. Knight takes c6.
So there was bishop c4,
Is-
bishop d7, queen e2 here, take, and now a draw. And we are uncertain about the rules. If it's actually allowed to take a draw after 10 moves. I would say probably not, but maybe there was some special reason there. There could have been some medical reason or something. Maybe one of the players was not well or something maybe. And the tournament director said it's okay. I don't know. Bit strange. And
Well,
I mean, why take draw in such a position?
Yeah, white take on c6, but
Strange. Very strange.
no, but I mean, castle queen side. I think I would say white is clearly better. I mean, somehow this is not sound.
Yeah. Obviously black offered a draw since he made the last move. Yeah, strange. Okay,
Yeah.
let's jump.
It
This was the game we looked at. We had some ideas here. There was this e4, and you pointed out this idea knight d7. White can take on c6, but black followed.
didn't fall for that trap.
No, he played this.
And he played your suggestion. No, he played knight a6.
He played knight a6. We are now in the game between Jesper Tybo and Israeli Milikov, Yoav. And we have this position.
Uh-huh.
And there was, in the game, there was queen b3.
Yeah,
And now
fair enough. Looks
a bit strange. Surprisingly, b5.
looks very ambitious.
And now came the counter a4.
You want to do that? Things get very tactical here.
And now came b4.
Oh, no, I like that.
f4. Rook b8.
This is. I'm not too happy with the white moves. Can we go back and see?
Sure. Let's go back.
I mean,
I guess queen b3.
it looks sensible.
It's sort of pointing towards e6. If black ever plays the f6, you're ready to strike.
But what is a move like since b5 came? What is a move like a4 for white?
It's very sensible.
Of course, the idea being that if black goes b5, you simply take a, b, c, b, knight a5, and black's position is horrible.
Mm-hmm.
So, what is black supposed to do now?
Yeah, that's a good question. c5 maybe?
Yeah, but what is even d5? c5, d5.
Yeah. Well, let's say you take,
Fair enough.
and now you play some move here. Maybe bishop f6. Are you going d6?
Yeah. Why not d6?
So let's see.
Well, I mean, I'm just interested in that.
Yeah, let's say we exchange here.
Yeah, but the knight on a6 is horrible.
Yeah. Well, this is just an example line to see
Yeah.
what would happen if black plays.
Too passively. This looks horrible.
So a4 was your idea. Let's see where we were here. Instead of this, maybe a little bit, sort of waiting almost queen b3. You want to do a4.
Well, a4 is the idea I mean, the main idea is to prevent b5.
Yeah, that's. Of course, you don't have to. You could play something else here. Maybe you should start with knight c7 first. Control d5.
Yeah.
And then
I go haywire a5.
yeah, full speed ahead.
Full speed.
Yeah, why not? It's
with the idea for the audience, b5 a6.
Let's see that. b5 and
a6.
now tactical pawn sacrifice. Freeing the a5 square for the knight. And of course you have to take with the knight.
And then knight a5. Things at least exciting.
And we have some threats.
Some serious threats, I would say. Huh? I'm not sure.
Although let's say we
Queen c7.
play queen c7. Just to protect.
Maybe it's not so good. No, well, no. Look at this. Knight takes b7. Take on b7.
You can also take on c6. and
Yeah.
e6.
But then rook gets back. Bishop. No, I want to do take
Play d5 or
d5. Yeah.
yeah, that was the alternative.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of initiative. How on earth is black gonna get out of this? I would think a Kasparov would love this.
Yeah, I agree. I guess you will have to sacrifice a little bit. But if you give the exchange here, let's say you take.
Oh.
No, it's not good.
E takes d5.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Let's go back. So we were like here. A4, and we played
Knight c7.
Knight here, and you wanted to go for this. Very ambitious. And we played queen here. You took.
And d5.
d5.
Oh well.
Knight b8, but of course you can
What?
to protect c6.
Yeah, but the c5 in the end at least.
You mean like this?
Well, all right. Then this is maybe not so great because you play queen b6. No, they don't take.
You want to do it like this, yeah?
Yeah, then look.
So maybe if you take with a pawn instead. But then you have alternatives, right? Then
Queen c7 maybe. Yeah. No, I've been too ambitious, but at least it was.
But it's interesting, because it shows a little bit the dynamics in the position, and a4 is obviously interesting.
Yeah.
But after queen c7, if you don't do this, maybe then black can play this move.
Yeah.
Because it controls this square.
I mean, there's one problem with a5 could be knight b5. I don't know, but it's a strange position for the knight too. I don't know. Queen b3. No, the computer doesn't like this. Queen b. No, this a6. Sorry. Excuse me. a6 wins on the spot.
This comes.
No, it wins on the spot. Yeah. No, but a5. Yeah.
So a5. No, maybe you have to play b5.
Yeah.
So you might end up in something like this. But maybe.
Now, it must be knight takes b7 and d5. I think you should look for. I mean, after knight b8. I mean, you in this position.
No, black is worse, but you just have to survive.
Yeah, it's true enough. There has to be something here.
d6.
d6, yeah.
Rook d8, take on e7.
Yeah, well, yeah. Bishop f6.
But you go here probably.
Yeah. No, but there's also instead of d6, maybe you should switch sides and go d takes e6.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's better.
Queen b3.
Yeah.
Cannot be that bad.
I don't know, rook f6.
Bishop h3.
Try to.
Yeah.
No, white has a
nice,
huge, nice initiative here.
Yeah.
Maybe you can just play f4 or something.
Rook 81.
So,
Yeah.
what we are saying here is that queen b3 that was played was perhaps not the most active move.
No, most accurate move.
Not bad.
No,
There was alternatives.
Yeah.
And a4 was very interesting. Okay, so we see what happened. He played b5, and then there was this exchange with the a4, b4.
But of course, now in the long run, or maybe not so long, then you have these ideas. Black, as probably happened, rook b8, and then you can take on c3, and put your knight on b4. This happened, or
Yeah, this happened. This is the position now, as it stands.
But what was b takes c3 such a hurry?
No, I don't think it was.
I'm not saying. I don't know if anything is better or worse here, but king h8.
Why do you want to do that? Yeah, you want to.
I want
play
to.
f6 at some point.
Yeah, I want to have f6 more an option.
So this is just getting the king out of the diagonal.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Of course, b takes c3 also takes the king out of diagonal, or rather white. So, but it's just that I don't know.
But in general, I think white has a very nice position. It's interesting because we were a bit surprised in the opening by this bishop c3, but it turned out quite well, right?
Yeah. That was let's see. He took on c3 instead of king
in the
h8.
game, he took and queen takes.
Yeah, fair
and
enough.
and he's thinking here.
Fair enough.
White has this pawn on c6, but it's possible to play c5 at some point. Maybe not now. So even though it's a weakness, you can get rid of it at some point, maybe. But the question is, how do you continue here? What would you play here with black?
I have no other ideas. Knight b4.
Yeah, let's
put it there and see what happens. Yeah.
At least now you covered d5 quite well.
Yeah, c5 is maybe becoming maybe an option at some point. And the question is, of course, again, what is White supposed to do?
What's the problem?
White looks nice, nice center, but then all pieces are well placed, and then what?
Yeah.
Then what?
Yeah. Yeah, we all know this feeling. You have this great position, but you don't know what to do.
Yeah, I would even suggest maybe bite the bullet and play knight d3. Just get rid of that. Just to do something. Knight d3.
Yeah, that was not very popular.
Yeah, I see it. Maybe there's a tactical problem somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. The knight c5 next move. I don't.
Well, maybe exchange.
Fair enough. Rook takes c3. And then maybe bishop a6.
Yeah, that was my idea. Something like this.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, this is
not much now.
And
at some point, you would like to have the pawn on f2.
Yeah. The best move, as they often say in the Dutch.
Yeah.
The best move in middle game in the Dutch is black is f5, f7, but it's not allowed.
Mm-hmm.
It's unfortunately not allowed.
No, I teach my juniors that this is one of the worst pawn formation you can have in front of the king, because it's not protecting against anything.
Yeah. No, true enough. Maybe okay, knight. Yeah, but this is because activity with f5 is, I would say, nothing. What is that? It's nothing. f5 you take back, and then maybe you play f6. It doesn't look very impressive. But
at one point or another, you're going to miss this black squared bishop that you exchanged so gallantly on c3.
So
I mean, you play without that. You have to have that in memory.
Yeah, I'm not sure what is White supposed to do here.
Actually, we have this position. He played knight b4, as you suggested.
Yeah.
Well, I think we should go forward.
Go ahead.
It's an interesting position. We'll see what happens.
So they have the sister game, which is obviously quite... We had the position on the board when Callouts played bishop d6, which I was not so
this was
extreme, not so fond of, because
he played bishop d6.
Yeah, I'm not fond of that move simply because maybe you force a move that White wants to make anyway, e3.
Right.
So maybe you should spend your time doing something more constructive.
Yeah. Well, he went, interestingly, after e3 he played f5. So obviously he wants to...
It's very ambitious.
Fix the pawns.
I guess he wants to go g5 next move.
Maybe something like that. He wants to start doing things. In the game, it continued queen a4.
Yeah,
it was a move we discussed.
Yeah.
Bishop b7, knight e2, b5, and queen back, and rook f6. So he's obviously he wants to compensate for everything by attacking on the king side.
Yeah, but all right. Let's say I play. Well, there's two moves. I mean, well, let's just play rook. I don't know if
rook c1.
The rook c1. Rook a1. Yeah,
a4. You don't like that so much? It doesn't do anything. Maybe
A4.
b4, just b4, perhaps.
Yeah.
So
No,
let's say, okay, let's do this. Okay, rook AC1. Okay.
well, you want to go rook D2, C2, or rook C2, rook DC1,
I like this.
Yeah, and as soon as black tries anything funny on the king side, you go knight E3 and sort of try to protect yourself.
Stop everything.
Yeah.
So can black? Is there a way for black? Should you play for H6 G5? It looks very, very ambitious. Something like this.
Yeah, we'll see.
All in.
All in, indeed. No, but maybe I have another idea.
Yeah.
You shouldn't play rook D2 C2. You play rook D3. here.
Now.
Yeah.
Okay.
The idea is that maybe I could, after rook C3, I can also go back with my queen to C2 and put additional pressure on C6. Otherwise, the queen is a bit
Yeah, offside. Yeah.
offside.
Yeah. Okay, let's go for it. It's obviously not good according to the evaluation bar, but this is how humans play.
Yeah, rook C3.
Yeah.
You take on F4. Maybe the computer didn't like it.
No.
Typical.
Yeah, typical. You can never please the computer.
And I was thinking just E takes F4. E takes.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, knight takes C6 is a serious threat. I mean, bishop takes C6. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree. So we have to prevent that.
Yeah.
You can play rook G3 now.
Yeah.
That's another option. Well, the evaluation bar seems to think it's sort of equal, some sort of balance here.
Okay, fair enough. Oh well.
Well, that's how it is.
Interesting idea.
In the game, something else was played. Knight G3 was played.
Yeah, well, I understand that, but yeah, I was also thinking about it. Of course, then King H8, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, but now...
But Knight G3, isn't that a bit passive, or do you want to play E4? What's your idea?
No, E4 takes F4.
Yeah, that's what I say. What's happening?
Yeah, I think Knight G3 is a sort of a move you
make when you don't know what to do.
Well, no, but you sense that Knight on G3 sort of protects your king. So you put it there. But I'm not sure it does.
Well, Knight F1 maybe at some point.
Yeah,
but then you have the G file, yeah.
No, so, okay.
Maybe White is slightly... He's maybe underestimating his chances on the queen side. That could be.
Underestimating his chances on his own chances, yeah.
I mean, your idea of tripling and sort of going full speed ahead on the C file. Maybe he doesn't trust that, and he's afraid of the attack, so he starts defending sort of preemptively.
Yeah, but
and then he loses the initiative.
Yeah, because what is happening here? For example, rook C1. Well, maybe you had a point. Maybe one should. It could be an idea. Maybe you go A4. I don't really like B4. But the idea would be A4, A6, and then go rook C1. I'm not sure. Could be a slight. The computer doesn't like it. But of course, we shouldn't trust the computer.
No, I think we should think in human terms. We cannot understand. The machine is not possible to understand.
But rook C1 here then.
Yeah, I think we should.
But
in practice.
Yeah, but
it's put your pieces on good squares.
But now maybe my idea was that maybe now rook H6 and G5 next move. And F4 is weak. I mean, it's weaker because you play Knight E3.
Yeah, it's true. No, White should certainly be careful here. It's
King H8 was a strong move. I mean, avoiding it. I mean, otherwise, of course,
Knight F5.
It was rook H6, Knight F5 winning. But now
off the diagonal, and what are you doing then?
Yeah, it's tricky. I think we're going to go to the next game
Yeah.
because we cannot really foresee what's going to happen. We can only say that this is going to be quite interesting.
We should go to Margir, right? Number 10, Swedish interest also. I would think. Margir against Jung Minzeo. Number 10.
We are going there now.
Yeah.
So this we have to explain. That Margeir Pettersson
Yeah.
is he was a member of the golden Icelandic team with Helge Olafsson and Jon Arnason
Son and
and
Johan,
Johan Hjartarson and
yeah.
uh,
Those four.
and Sigurd Jonsson, I think.
Sigurd Jonsson. Yeah, he's older.
Yeah, he's a little bit older, but he was in the team too.
Yeah.
And they had some other players also playing, and it was a team that was very strong. They usually ended up before us in the Olympiads.
Yeah. I had the pleasure of having lunch with Margir. I haven't spoken to him for almost 30 years, so it was a nice.
Interestingly, he lives in the Ukraine.
Yeah.
It's not the Ukraine. In Ukraine, he's
Yeah.
living in Ukraine in Lviv. He's a banker, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why he's there. But he has started playing chess again, as Johan Hjartarson also has
Yeah.
started playing again. So that's quite interesting.
But I think the first thing we have a problem of explaining is where is the black king? It sort of disappeared from the board.
Well, you know, there is this new rule that you can take the king.
It
That's-
has stopped the clock where they finished. So
Yeah.
Draw?
The game is probably a draw, right? Because we had, let's see, we go back. So in this position, they took a draw, probably. And then they put the kings on d5 and d4. And for some reason, there was something strange. But that's quite interesting,
yeah,
actually.
it looks like the bomb cloud.
Yes, yes. It's gone strange. Okay, so that was a draw. That's a bit.
It looks very.
But I have another game for you here. Hillar Persson
Yeah.
against Eric Turn. And maybe we should quickly go through this game. I think it was quite interesting.
Hillarp is always interesting.
Yeah, he's very ambitious. Did you know that he plays in the Swedish national team of Go,
Yeah.
the Japanese game?
Yeah.
Okay, the Nimso Indian with Queen C2.
Yeah.
Is this something you have an experience of?
As black, I've studied it.
Mm-hmm. Have you played it?
As black, perhaps once or so.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a good move.
Yeah.
It's one of many good moves.
Yeah.
E3, Queen C2. I mean, white has so many options.
Yeah, I played it both with black and white quite a lot of times,
Okay.
and I've studied it quite a lot. I think it's very interesting opening, with chances for both, of course.
Yeah.
So let's see what happened here. Castles. Yes, now he plays knight f3. The alternative is a3, which is I would say the most common move, and then black takes, and yeah, we get lots of.
And there's also some very long theoretical lines after e4 here, right?
Yeah,
Very strange lines, which
Yeah.
I have no experience of.
yeah, I have
E4,
played-
d5, and
Yeah.
it gets very strange.
I have had some interesting. I actually had a game against Tiger in this position with black in Örebro in 2000. A tournament I managed to win the Swedish Championships, and he played this e4. It's a very interesting move, but now he plays knight f3. I think is perhaps maybe better than e4.
When I studied this, which is a
Mhm.
long time ago, I remember that the theory said that c5 was perfectly all right for black.
Mm-hmm.
And also it was better to play c5 after castles knight 3 instead of c5 directly,
Mm-hmm.
because I think D takes, yeah, now D takes C5, knight A6. It's a, well, in the old theory, I remember it was fine for black. Maybe it's not so anymore. I have no idea. But C5, I remember as the move here for black. But he didn't do that. What did he play?
He played this idea with D6. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. The idea, I think, often is to play rook E8 and E5.
Oh, well.
So it's a different type of setup.
Yeah.
And Tiger played A3. Take. Knight C6. E3, and he played E5 immediately. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, at least the
Yeah,
black moves. The black moves make sense.
Yeah. So if we, well, this happened in the game. He took, and now if you take on E5, let's look at that. That must be the critique. He didn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
But what happens after this one? Knight takes. Maybe we just take and play some.
Rook E8.
Yeah, probably. This is one of the problems in this line. If White plays his queen all the time, and eventually he will lose the game.
Yeah, he's a pawn up, but he has absolutely no development.
No, that's the problem.
This is okay. White
Let's say you go
yeah.
Play back and let's say we just kick the queen as much as we can.
Bishop F5. Yeah, I don't like this. But was this what happened?
No. He played B4 instead of taking the pawn.
Okay, but this knight now you have knight F2. You don't. Oh,
But
yes.
Yeah,
knight takes F2.
Yeah, something like this happened later on in the game. Knight F2 looks very strong. But maybe it's not. You can take the knight is trapped. But maybe we should look at the game because I think there was a similar tactic.
Similar, yes.
Yeah, because he played B4.
Uh-huh.
There was knight E4, queen C2, bishop F5, bishop D3, knight F2. So we get this type of position.
I would say though that the other position, White's king was loose.
I agree. I certainly
because
agree.
there's some queen H4 check, which is not available now.
Yeah.
But this is of course very interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
And then after this,
White plays bishop B2.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Queen D6.
Uh-huh.
King E2. Of course, he wants to take on H1.
Yeah.
And now Black said, "Okay, I have to do something." So he played E4. Logical. The knight was taken. Queen E6. Yet another pawn. King H8. Queen C3. Threatening mate, and Queen G4. And the evaluation bar says that White is good.
What a strange game. Very strange. Mm-hmm. This position, you have to be a computer.
Yes, that's the problem.
Well, I mean, queen takes G2 is a serious threat. You have to.
It's a big threat because it's a threat because there is no place to go with the king.
Yeah.
And you cannot rely on the mate on G7 forever.
Well, I mean, but Black also has the unpleasant threat of king takes H7. I mean, how are you supposed to defend against those two things?
Yes. But there is maybe some good. Well, let's see here. What do we have? There must be a good move somewhere.
Yeah.
Maybe the engine is stuck somehow because it says it's counting there is no lines showing.
Uh-huh.
Maybe you're right. Yes, maybe you're right. Yeah.
There's some
Because,
Yeah.
problem with the
Yeah. Well, we will use our own engines here.
yeah.
Let's see what we can come up with. There is, as Ferdinand says correctly, two threats. One is queen takes g2 check. Here, oh, big threat. There is also king takes h7. So, how do we defend against both these things?
I mean, there's the radical solution of going queen takes g7, but
yeah. And then we get 2 pawns for the exchange, right?
yeah, a reasonable position, but probably not winning for it.
So, shall we just put it
I
on the
don't
board
see
and
any
see?
move. Yeah,
This is sort of the bailout version. Which bishop do you want to take?
somehow intuitively I take on g7, but
Mhm.
I'm not sure that is
No,
correct.
it's not easy to say.
And then what?
And then the bishop goes somewhere,
Let's put it on c2 at the moment.
just to see where it goes. Yeah.
Hmm.
So 2 pawns
Yeah, but
and
not
the
that-
bishop for a rook.
Yeah, but it's not rook d8. Black
No,
is
I don't think white has a big advantage.
no rook d8. Black looks very.
Quite solid.
Yeah, black looks solid here.
White has this
Maybe
slight weakness on e3.
Yeah, yeah. That could be a reason to. No.
But white is not losing. It's a
probably
game.
Not, but, no,
So
but nothing special.
the question is there something else here?
I don't see it.
No. I agree with you. What could that be? Because g2 threat is too strong.
I see no other move than queen takes c7. I mean,
If you play like king f2, then king
Okay.
takes h7.
seven. Then what?
And then what? No. I agree. Okay, I think we will maybe go back. I don't know if we have any game down here that's super interesting. We have William Olsson, the young Swedish guy, playing against the veteran Mikael Wiedenkeller that we have played, both of us, I think,
Yeah, of course.
in the past. And let's see this position they have in the game.
Right.
William Olsson is a junior. I think he's not 20. I think.
From Gothenburg, or
Yes,
okay.
he seems to be very talented. I've seen him play. He had this great game against Young Min Seo. That was brilliant, where he was, I think, winning at some point, but it ended in a draw. Fascinating play.
Well, he's obviously clearly better as white here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So
Oh yeah,
we'll
white.
just have a
Black
quick,
is in serious trouble. I think.
quick look at what happened here. It's an English game. A lot of English played these days.
This was extremely ambitious for Black.
Yes.
If it don't work out, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
This looks too ambitious for me.
Yeah. He's giving a pawn. F5.
Hmm. I mean, what was b takes c3? I mean, you pawn up for basically nothing.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, queen takes c3 is fine. I mean, I'm not, but this is a pawn up for nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
B7 was hanging, so
Yeah. So,
no, he goes for the initiative, but of course white is better. Pair of bishops, better king.
Yes, but he's not a pawn up anymore.
No, it's true. You cannot have everything.
True enough. I'm not so happy about this. If you don't do something like what is some move like it doesn't threaten anything. My idea was to play Queen A3.
Mm-hmm. To keep the queen.
Keep the queens here, just to try to E6 is a lose.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure because Rook C1 you have Queen takes A2.
What about the move like Queen D2?
Yeah. Queen D2. I have Rook FD8.
It's true.
I'm sort of hanging on there.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Well, anyway, it looks like William Olsson, the young guy, has a good game and still chances to win. So Mikael,
Yeah, but
who is usually, at least sometimes he's playing for Luxembourg,
yeah,
isn't he? Or is it Liechtenstein? I don't remember.
Luxembourg.
Yeah, Luxembourg. I think he has won the Small Nations tournament, which has twice qualified him to play in the this World Cup. He played a match against Iranian, I think, and lost
Well,
after having qualified for Luxembourg.
but you know what I want to play here as white.
No, I don't.
Bishop F1.
Just to surprise your opponent,
Takes.
and he has to take.
Yeah, he has to take. B takes.
It's a brilliant idea. And suddenly the bishop is really hanging.
Yeah. Rook B1 next move, maybe Bishop F7, Rook D7. Simple chess.
Let's say we go here.
Rook B1.
Yes, that's the problem.
It getting tactically, it could be serious problems. But I'm not saying I'm correct here. What is Rook B8? I'm not sure. It's not so clear.
I mean, we have a position with bishop pair. Well, the A2 pawn is hanging. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's
So
Rook B8.
maybe you play this.
And you,
Because if you A3, then bishop B3, and it's sort of blocked.
yeah, that maybe my idea was not so great. No, the idea could be bishop, but I'm not sure. Bishop F4, but then maybe bishop takes A2. You get rid of the problem,
Complex.
and then maybe it is not so great.
Or maybe it is.
Rook takes C6. This rook. No, this rook D7. What is happening here? This is interesting. Oh, King E6. I don't know what's happening here.
Mhm.
It gets very.
Maybe
But-
we take here.
Yeah.
I think white can never be worse
No, he's so active.
if he just plays decent moves, right?
Yeah. He can probably play more accurately than we are suggesting. But yeah. Still, I think it was unnecessary to sacrifice that E2 pawn. I see.
Yeah, you have a point.
I mean,
But that's always, sometimes you don't want to, play too materialistically. You want to play for activity, but sometimes you should take the pawn. It's not so easy. I think maybe we have a break,
Yeah.
10-minute or 15-minute break. Okay,
10,
see you
10
later.
past. Yeah, that'll be fine.
Okay, then we're back after a short break, and we're gonna start all over again with board number 1. We have the young Swedish Khan Kusuksari playing against the Indian, also young guy, Praneeth Gopala. And we had this position, and we were discussing it, and we said that, well, with an isolated pawn on d5, usually white is slightly better, but it's he doesn't have much play, but his position is very pleasant. So in this position, white decided to go g3. What do you think about that, Ferdinand?
Fair enough. I mean, it reminds me of a story that Margaret told me over lunch. I must tell this story, but there's this game I showed about Fredrik Olafsson is black against Tal, and he mates Tal on back rank.
It's a game from when it was in the 70s.
Yeah, 75 in Las Palmas or something like this. Brilliant by Olafsson. The theme is back rank mates that makes Tal.
And we should say maybe that Tal, everyone knows who it is, but Fredrik Olafsson, he was sort of the first really strong Icelandic player, right?
Yeah.
And he was also the FIDE president. For a while. Yeah.
And apparently the funny story is that Margaret told me over lunch that the next game they played, and Tal was white, and on the fourth move he played h3 and smiled
to
prevent any backrack mates.
Yeah.
So maybe that was it's Khan Kusuksari's idea here. I play g3, solid move. Now I'm never gonna get backrack mated.
Yeah, and also. Not to forget.
Yeah, the bishop is
he breaks this potential threat. We talked about that before. Because of course in a position like this, if you start jumping with your knight in that direction, maybe something happens over here. You never know. You never know.
No, I kind of like g3.
Yeah. So in practice,
a practical move, not extremely ambitious, but it's a practical move. Yeah, makes sense.
So rook c8. Logical also, and now he plays knight d4, bishop d7,
and he changes another piece,
and then he plays bishop d4.
Which of course also now g3 makes perfect sense, because then otherwise there might have been some kind of tactic.
Yeah, with queen h4 or something. Whatever.
Now of course black has no tactics whatsoever.
Yeah.
So no, I like that. Yeah.
And also I think with the isolated pawn exchanges are good, right?
Yes,
on principle.
On principle. The player playing against the Isolani should always change pieces if he can. Yeah.
So knight a4.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe targeting this square.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Trying to stir up some problem on the queen side, which is logical. Black has all these pieces over here, so we should do something.
Yeah.
So there's an exchange. Queen goes. Now comes h5. What do you think of a move like that?
Of course, yeah, I kind of like that, because black has the momentary advantage that b2 is only protected by the queen. So I mean, if the bishop would have been an a1, h5 is obviously not an option. You just take it. But now you cannot take it.
Yeah.
And h4, loosening up white's king side a bit at least, can never be wrong for black. So no, I like this move. Yeah. I like black's activity that he played this knight a4 and now he goes h5. I mean, he has the Isolani. He knows that he knows that he has to be active. He must be active, otherwise he will slowly get worse.
It's an interesting example of playing the whole board.
Yeah.
Not only focusing on one side and one square and one idea, but you play over the whole board and you try to create weaknesses wherever you can.
Yeah.
So that's good. And of course white has to move the bishop. h4.
That's I think intuitively I was not sure about Queen E2. Maybe White should have played Bishop A1 in that position.
Mm-hmm. This was in this position.
Yeah, just played Bishop A1.
So maybe this would have been a better move.
Well, the idea is that H5 is obviously, as we said, not an option anymore. All right, Knight C3. I'm not sure what is.
No. Yeah, it changes the game a bit, but maybe not so much.
No.
Actually.
All right, but let's see. He played Queen E2, H5, and he now Bishop.
Now he played Queen H5.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, it's a bit irritating if Black gets to play like Queen H3 maybe and start to.
Yeah. Sure. Takes and Bishop. Yeah. Okay. This move. Knight C3. Yeah, but this makes perfect sense.
And now he exchanges.
Yeah.
The bishop in A1 is not doing much.
No.
And king.
Of course.
So now we have a threat, right?
Yeah. This, of course, one has to ask oneself. The question was,
who gained from this H pawn attack?
Yeah, exactly. There was actually I saw that commenting. It was a very interesting moment. There was a game I think it was Sam Shankland against Magnus Carlsen, and of course, no, sorry, it was not Shankland. It was Etienne Bacot.
The Frenchman.
Yeah, and against Magnus Carlsen, and this extremely interesting because because there was one position. White is a Roy Lopez, and Bacro, he has the open A line. He takes on B5. He opens up the A line. But then it turns out, like 10 moves later, that actually it's Black who wins, gets the A line. And Carlsen pointed out this in his commentary, and I was extremely impressed.
What did he say?
Well, he said that something like this could be to my advantage, even it temporarily looks like it is to Bacro's advantage, but maybe it's his advantage. I was extremely impressed, but this is not something. Carlsen obviously is so strong. He will suggest things that even I, as a grandmaster, wouldn't think of. It's very impressive.
That's the fun thing of chess.
Yeah, very impressive.
So let's see. So but Black manages to twist this thing around again, I think, because he plays G6. And I don't think it's so easy for White to do anything on the H file, because there is always Bishop F8, for instance, after Queen H6. I think
Bishop
you can
F8,
Bishop F8, Bishop G7, and
then you're safe.
Yeah, you don't get anything. So Queen F3 was played, King G7, Rook H1, Bishop E5, G4. Well, maybe you have some suggestion here.
Instead of King G7.
Yeah. You don't have to do that.
No, my suggestion would be to play Bishop E5 immediately.
Yeah. What is the difference?
No, well, it's Bishop E5 is a more useful move than King G7. On principle, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, King G7 is not bad.
Maybe take on A2 at some point.
Yeah, Bishop E5 threatens to take. I think White should go A3, but yeah. Well, yes, I'm not.
Yeah, it's a possibility. It's a possibility.
I'm not saying this is bad, but
no. Bishop B5, and now G4 came, and then the Rook H8. And you might think that this could end in a draw.
But where was the rook? Let me see.
Which one?
The black rook.
On C8.
Now, if you and black is tough here.
It takes on A2.
Take on A2. Let's see. Take on A2. What's happening here?
Yeah.
And Queen H3 just dance back with King G8. What is this? Where's the mate? I mean, I
There
grew.
is no mate.
No, yeah, exactly. I know, as I said earlier, I played the dragon.
Mm-hmm.
But this was when I was really young. I mean, early teens.
Even younger than now.
Even younger. I know, but early teens and so on. But if white has no black squared bishop, there's no mate.
No, they say that you can never mate
Yeah.
a fianchetto position when
Yeah.
the bishop is on the G7.
Yeah.
And there's some truth to it.
But what is this? Black, in my opinion, black is simply pawn down. White, yeah, pawn up.
Pawn up, yeah.
White is a pawn down. And there's no mate. Never.
Well, never is maybe too much. Maybe too much of a generalization.
Yeah.
But you have a point. You have a point.
Well, you take an
But
A2.
maybe there is something here. We have to check it.
Yeah.
Could there be some tactics somewhere, somehow?
Well, I don't see
Not.
it.
No,
Knight
King
C5.
G8. Yeah, I'm looking for that, but it doesn't work because
No.
there's always King G8
Yeah, King J8. Yeah.
or King F8 for that matter.
Yeah.
So, no, I think you could do this. I agree with you. Maybe you have to switch back to Rook A1 and maybe go for the D5 pawn, Rook A5. What happens? Let's say we play this move.
Knight C3.
Yeah, you play Knight C3 and then you play some active move with the Rook here maybe. But the computer says no, this is wrong. And I can agree. I don't see really any. But what do you do here in this position? This move?
King G8. What is this? I'm not sure even there's a
do
threat.
you have to? Well, yeah, maybe Knight C5 is a threat now and Queen H8 mates, right?
Yeah.
So this
yeah.
could be a threat.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know.
No, but King G8 looks so sensible.
So let's play here.
Yes, play it. I mean, if it's not 100% correct best move, you do it anyway. I mean, you're not going to get mated.
This is true. Well, it's not easy.
I mean, this position, white has to go desperate and go F4 and F5, and just. I'm not saying this is good, but you have to do something.
Okay,
Bishop G7, F5. I mean,
seems to be right.
which just shows that black's King G7, King G8 was totally unnecessary. Yeah, this is maybe not so.
So
easy.
suddenly G6 is a bit weak,
Yeah.
and you can at some point if you can take there and check and then Rook F1.
Yeah, well,
suddenly-
that's immediate threat, of course. Yeah.
And suddenly it's not so easy. Okay, interesting analysis there, I think. So Knight takes H2 actually gives white some chances. So maybe Rook H8 was not such a bad move.
No.
And because you still have the attack here.
Yeah. So what happened? He took.
No, this is the position. So I think we should jump. We have analyzed this enough now,
Yeah.
and
interesting.
the position seems to be fairly equal.
Yeah.
So we don't have to go through all the games. Maybe I don't know. Do you find this interesting? Well,
No.
it seems to be almost winning for black already, and we
Yeah.
said already in the opening that this was a very good game for black. and
Yeah.
it has
This
proven to be a good
Yeah.
game.
This is the technical win for.
Yeah.
So
It's a technical win. That's right.
It is probably very instructive, but not so interesting maybe to comment. But I'm sure.
No.
He's very strong. He
Yeah.
will win this.
He's
technically.
winning, yeah. So we go to Milton,
Yeah, fair enough.
and that was a position we said that Milton was worse. Maybe we actually didn't check this game the last time. I think
I think.
it was this, or maybe we did.
Yeah.
It was this
we
position,
were not
right?
happy at this with
It
black.
was A3, and then he played A4, which was one of the ideas we talked about.
Yeah.
Knight D2, Bishop D7, B4, take. He exchanged, and he didn't go for f4 here. I would have been very tempted to play something like that, but he just went back. Fair enough. And now came f4 and g5. Knight b5, h5. Yeah, I think you've played this attack many times, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. You were a King's Indian player for
For a while, yeah.
yeah. I also did it in my youth. I played the King's Indian, and it was always very nice to get these pawns rolling. It was so
It's easy play.
yeah, it's easy play, and you just roll the pawns, and you don't have to calculate so much because you have no options. You have to do it.
You have to go ahead, yeah.
Yeah.
Go forward.
You have to play forward, and then you back it up with
But
pieces.
somehow, at this point,
Yeah, he could maybe have played it in a
something tells me black is maybe losing. I don't know how far he got, but black is maybe lost something here.
well, he wasn't so quick in the. I think maybe he could have been faster in his
Mm.
attack, but he still has a very solid rook. 81 seems to be a big mistake.
Well, it's a move that doesn't do anything, but all right.
It's again one of the mysterious rook moves,
Yeah.
and that you play those moves when you don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Because
I guess the idea could be that black is threatening something like g4, and then f takes g3, and d2 is hanging somehow. But on the other
basically
hand,
protecting the bishop.
on the other hand, rook 81 doesn't do anything positive for your side here.
No, it's just a defensive thing. A4, but now you would have liked to have the rook on A1, so I don't know. Queen C8, attack, King H2, G4. So now it's getting more take and take. Well, if we look at the evaluation bar, white is not completely lost yet.
But it's extremely unpleasant.
It's very unpleasant. But what do you think here? What's the...
I mean, you have to defend yourself somehow.
But there is something with black's setup. He has the rook on a8 still. The queen is on c8. So he doesn't have all his forces. Can white play e5 or something like that?
Okay, maybe it's what you should do. Just to do something. I mean, e5, yeah, to go for it. And rook takes e5.
Take.
Yeah.
Still bad, but...
Yes, but still bad, but maybe you can get some kind of... You can get some tactical opportunity, perhaps. At least rook d1 makes sense. The bishop on d2 is protected, so g3, for example, is not an option.
Yeah.
So,
But you could always take with the queen.
oh yeah, but on
But
principle,
on principle, yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with you. Yeah.
certainly. Yeah. Well, okay, what's happening here? Rook g7. The evasion bar didn't like that at all.
Okay, we have a move actually.
Oh, they were the mega moves. All right, let's not speculate. He actually did play e5. What? He took. No, he sacked the pawn. Very. Oh,
So-
I like it.
No, he didn't play that. He played c5.
Yeah, that I like.
So
But what's the point?
Milton, he's a expert in defense. Yesterday he was down -6 against Urkedal and made a draw. And now he's only down like -2 perhaps. So there should be an easy draw for him.
Oh, I like this move. Then b takes c5. Then maybe e5. And you're starting to
Get rolling.
yeah, and you have d6 coming up.
Yeah, and some bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we should move on.
Yeah.
It's impossible to analyze.
Yeah, well, I like this move.
Yeah. So let's see what we have here. This is some ending, and white is completely winning according to the computer, and I believe that's true.
It looks absolutely horrible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what is knight a4? How are you supposed to protect a6 pawn?
Yeah, this is bad. This is a winning position. So it seems that this Indian guy Raya is going to beat Brandon Jacobson, the
Yeah.
higher rated.
Well, let's see what happened there. When we were looking at this, we were not impressed by Black. Let's see what happened though.
We Black was playing in a sort of extravagant style, I would say, with
Yeah.
F5, and there was as we expected.
He even went tactical. Bishop e6. We didn't look at this possibility, but
No.
but it's probably a very good
Yeah,
move.
the idea. I saw the idea. Okay, e4. Yeah, if you move the knight, then you could even Then I guess you just exchange things.
And take on e5 in the
Yeah.
end. Yeah.
So he played e4, and it was okay.
He plays very technically here. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
I mean, this is
Yeah. And now we get this position that we saw, and as it turns out, this is very strong. As you pointed out, this, and this, and then this goes to the queen, and I think it's not so nice anymore. And the problem is that this bishop is completely
Out of
locked.
it, yeah.
Locked. How do you get it into play? You would like to go to c8. How do you get there? You have to go like here.
not
and
the most
here
active
and-
square anyway, but at least it protects the a6 pawn.
Yeah.
This is not very interesting.
And if you start moving your rooks here, like if you play rook down here, there probably comes maybe a rook check here, and well, these pawns are falling. Yeah. Okay, so let's go forward. So we have Urkedal against Sardana, and this was the position where we.
Obviously, Black has sacrificed pawns here for
We have to see what happened, because we were checking this,
you know,
and you pointed out that probably bishop a3 is best, and it happened. b1, bishop d6, take, queen a6. We saw this, knight e4, and now maybe an interesting move. We didn't see that. Knight e2, bishop b4,
before.
take,
Bishop,
tactics.
tactics, but what is talking about tactics? What is something I missed? Ah, there's queen f1. That's probably what he didn't see. Queen takes e4, rook takes b4, bishop c6. That's just queen f1,
Mm-hmm.
and then knight c5 next move, and there's no attack. That maybe.
But this turns in black's favor actually. Bishop f5,
Uh-huh.
queen b5, bishop b4, rook b4,
Oh.
bishop c6. Tactical shot.
What a clever man! Yeah.
Bishop d5,
Draw agreed.
queen c3, queen g5. And the evaluation bars tells us that black should be better here. Yeah, it's
Well, Black. I mean, what are you supposed to do?
you have this enormous weakness on the white squares. For instance, if we play something like this, I guess you just go here, right? And then it's just like a Swiss cheese.
Yeah, you have to play rook b5 and take on d5.
Yeah, but then it's
Well,
then the a pawn can be very
Yes.
handy.
Yeah, well, you're fighting somewhat, but
Yeah.
sure. That was maybe.
But what can you do here?
Well, there's no other move. I mean,
But you could play e4 maybe or something like that, and then queen g3. But I don't know.
oh please.
Yeah, but what do you do?
No, I agree. But rook takes e4. I mean,
Yeah.
queen g3, queen d2 or something. No. Yeah. Well, okay. Not ton of.
It's not 100% clear, but it's always dangerous to play with a knight like this. It's just offside, doing nothing, and this bishop is a monster.
Yeah, and this. But after this bishop b4, maybe black was played very well. I was 92.
But wasn't it there a repetition here? What was happening? This. Why doesn't he go back? Because as you said, after this and queen here,
Now you have 4. Even.
f4, but that's mate.
Oh, sorry. No.
No, but I think you mean this and
Yeah.
queen f1. You said it, and what?
This is not so great.
No, now white is better
Yeah.
because you're gonna play knight c5, and the
Yeah.
rooks will find some good squares,
Then you pawn up.
and you're pawn up. This is actually very instructive, I would say. This queen f1 is such a good move, and you called it immediately. But after in the game, he misplaces his queen. Actually, the computer says that after bishop d5, it is an advantage. So what happens after queen b5?
A6.
Is there some other move maybe? Maybe a6 is the move.
No, but queen a5.
Then- then you have this
not-
problem.
Yeah.
somehow.
So maybe that's the thing. A6.
Maybe he saw that he was so he basically the whole tactical sequence here. Queen b5, bishop e4, rook b4, bishop c6. Should you take on c6 and play knight c5 or something?
Yeah. Maybe we're forced to, but it doesn't. No, but no. In this position, but queen e4 is a problem. Yeah, queen a5, queen e4.
Also, yeah.
Curtains.
Yeah. Well, then you have to play f3, but then e3 and so on.
So you have to be on the
You have to be
b5
able-
f5 diagonal, but you cannot stay there basically because this is a6 move.
Right. So here,
Queen b5.
queen b5 and a6.
I think in this position you probably have to take on d5
Yeah.
and knight c5. Yeah.
But this is probably winning for black.
Yeah. Just simply a5, I guess. Play a5 as black.
So in the game, it was queen c3, queen g5, g3, queen f5. No, it wasn't queen f5, it was actually rook ac8, queen d3. Okay, fine.
Yeah, well, what's
Maybe
What's-
queen h5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen better positions, but
Yeah, black is clearly better, but
yeah, how to defend?
yeah.
Queen h5 maybe is excellent. But, I mean,
Well, you just need to connect on the white squares and mates. It's not so. Maybe there's some,
Yeah.
even some better move. I don't know.
but all right, I'm desperate. Knight c5.
Yeah. And then if I go here, you have e4.
Queen takes it. You mean queen f3, e4?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sort of survive. At least for a while. Queen takes h3, also e4.
Yeah. And if you take on c5, you take d takes, and e4 is protected.
Yeah.
Now you survive. So in this position, should you play queen f3 maybe?
Yeah, e4.
Oh, that's the same thing.
Yeah.
But the computer says that this is winning more or less for black. So it's a puzzle. How do you win?
Is this some weird bishop f3 move? But then yeah, that's not so impressive.
Rook takes e3.
What?
No, because you have bishop knight e4 always.
Yeah.
I wanted to
Yeah.
maybe bishop f3.
No, but then just e4 again.
Yeah.
Now
Even
I'm
better.
winning.
Now you're winning. Now you're winning. Can we play f5? Yeah, black is better, but it's maybe not the right. Yeah, actually, in this position, it was rook a c8, queen d3, and now queen f6, queen d1. Yeah. So it's not as winning anymore as it was.
No.
But we have, I think we should find the winning move in this position. Because the computer says that this is completely over. But we just haven't found the move. Rook takes c5,
Takes.
queen f3.
Aha.
Could that be?
D3 is protected. Yeah, unprotected. Sorry.
Yeah, this is the solution.
Simple.
This is a puzzle rush.
Yeah, it was that simple.
Yeah, but he didn't see it.
No, we didn't see it either.
No, that's true. That's true. But we're just commentators. We are allowed to make mistakes.
Is that so? Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. That's how it works. Okay. So
Oh, what a man!
he plays rook c2, but now white is winning. Now white is winning according to the computer.
Really?
Yeah, it's +3, almost +2. So again, we have to find the solution. If we take the rook, then queen f3 looks nasty, I would say.
On the other hand, we cannot possibly win the game if we don't take the rook. I mean, a move like queen e1 or well, it's
Yeah, I
made.
agree with you. It's strange. So we took it, then queen f3. Yeah, the thing is he has sacrificed the whole rook, not an exchange. So you just move your king to e2. There's no mate.
There's no mate. No, because rook takes
It was just a rook exchange.
rook takes e3 is rook b8 mate. Otherwise, that would have been nice.
Yeah. So maybe Urkedal is getting this half point back from yesterday. He could have won yesterday easily. Now he could have lost, but he seems to be winning.
Although, what is queen h1, queen e2? Let's make a check. Bishop f3 check. King d2, queen takes a1. This is not so easy. Maybe this bishop f3 check was unnecessary. Put it back, because now rook b1. This maybe is annoying. Just go and take on a1. But now we have knight. Well, yes, but still not totally clear.
Nothing is clear.
It's not so easy to untangle. Maybe that actually there's an actually
Maybe knight c3 here.
yeah. But you even have some.
No, but then you have rook c8. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
also good.
Yeah. Also, you have some interesting idea like bishop g2.
But maybe rook b1.
Okay, queen a3.
Yeah. And now suddenly.
Oh.
But there was a mistake here because there is actually a pawn hanging.
Oh.
Yeah. So you cannot play like that. Okay. So
Maybe.
queen takes a1. Reasonable move. Maybe queen b1.
Yeah. Queen a3.
And now we trap the queen.
Oh.
Checkmate. On the queen.
Poor queen cannot escape.
You know, in the
Very
old
good.
in the old days when you checked, you always said check, but you also said you said something like queen when you threatened the queen
Alright.
in the old days, 1700s.
We have to start.
Yeah, start with that again.
This was very nice. Yes, this is a very nice maneuver. Now, of course, as you say, this is just technically winning very easily.
So he did take the bishop f3 check, but can't we just do the same thing?
Of course.
Let's mate the queen. I don't think black has any chances in the ending.
No, of course
So this should be over, more or less.
not.
Quite dramatic. Okay, let's jump. So we go to Tybo.
Yeah,
This is
gets
quite
very strange.
very strange.
Yeah,
Let's jump back.
Yeah, because we had this position.
Yeah, we had even this position actually. I think this was where we
We were not sure what white is doing.
and we weren't quite sure what black was doing either.
No.
But we said maybe black is stable now, right?
Now things get very interesting. White goes h4.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
That's the spirit indeed. I like that.
And f5
f5.
seems to be a very dubious move according to the evaluation bar.
Also, even my evaluation bar.
Yeah.
I mean, what? I cannot see a reason why being so
Desperate.
desperate. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, evaluation bar thinks white is slightly better. I can.
It's not clear what h4 is threatening. It's just a general mobilization, right?
Yeah.
You just push your pawns forward and hope for something.
Yeah. Which is a good.
Which is decent. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's how you play.
Yeah, it's very nice actually.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
but
let's see. f5.
Maybe I should play move like queen c7. I don't know.
Yeah, it's possible. But there are many moves, so let's move forward and see what's happening. Rook fe1. King h8. h5, yeah. We see that the queen here is on the same diagonal, so
It's also this knight g6 check at some point.
So we have a check here maybe. We have the h6, so then things are happening. And black answers with a move on the other side of the board, bishop a8. Interesting.
Very cool if you can.
Very
if
cool
you,
move.
if you can get away with that, you can get away with any.
Yeah, the evaluation bar says it's a horrible move. And
Too cool.
I wouldn't play. I would prefer to do something like bishop a6 or something. Something that means something. Bishop
True.
a8 is like burying the
Bishop,
the bishop
forever.
yeah. Hoping for a miracle on the diagonal. So very strange, but it happened. And white played rook e2. Queen e8. I think the precision of the players is not so high right now in this game. We are closing in on time pressure. Okay, so e takes f5 and now knight d5. Interesting move, getting the knight back. So maybe taking on f5 was not so good. This has been the idea maybe for black for a while now, to take the d5 square. So yeah, there's a logic to it, certainly. And it's not clear how white should proceed. He would like to attack, but yeah, how do you coordinate it? So e takes f5, but no, sorry. E takes f5, knight d5, queen f3, e takes f5. Okay, so now he is coordinating on the e-file. Looks good.
Yeah, it looks very sensible.
Rook f6.
No,
Not good according to the evaluation bar.
I'm not surprised. There should be something here.
Yeah.
On principle.
In principle, yeah. So which move?
Well, that's another thing.
Knight e3 was played in the game.
Knight e3.
Yeah. But then black played knight c3. And
Things got very weird.
yeah, it's getting weird. The problem is that it's not so easy to find a clear move. You would like to play a move with a knight, like knight d3 maybe, go to c5, or I don't know. Maybe put the other knight on e5. Incremental improvement, something like that. Isn't that? I don't know. Is that a move? Yeah, it seems to be the move actually. Get your rooks working. White is clearly better.
Yeah.
It's just a quick. But he played knight e3, and then knight c3, rook c2, bishop b4. Suddenly,
Yeah.
black lost a little bit of the coordination. But obviously this is very good according to the computer. But difficult to see. Rook c1. And now, from the grave, the bishop
Returns.
returns. Yeah. And yeah, confusion.
Yeah, well,
d5,
he did this.
and black took a chance, took a pawn. Still, the computer says white is clearly better. Bishop a3, h3, knight b6,
Huh.
rook e2. But now the advantage is sort of dwindling. Bishop f5, knight d5, knight g6. And now the computer declares that black is clearly better. Take, and knight c3. The bishop is suddenly very strong on a8. Yeah. Queen f2. Take. Rook e8. Well, there's nothing left of white's empire. He had everything, complete control, and now it's just ruins. Look at the bishop on a8. Super strong.
But I do wonder the game continues. Gets
Yeah.
even more strange because it's time travel now.
Yeah. c4, which obviously was not the best move. But typical,
But time travel.
you want to get the bishop on the diagonal, and you sense blood here. You want to play bishop c5,
Very understandable.
but
yeah.
queen c4 may be missed by black because b4 is hanging. So queen f8, queen f7, and now the evaluation bar says, well, it's almost equal. Bishop c5, rook d3, rook e3, take, and
Draw.
it's going to be a draw. You take on e3, bishop c5,
King f2.
king f2.
Take
It
on
will be a
g6.
draw. I think it's the correct result in this game.
Very exciting game.
Very exciting game.
But yeah.
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 But I
Yeah.
think we will jump. I think we could go through this. There are so many, but it's too much. I mean, and we see that it's a very
see,
nice.
This game is interesting. Call
Yeah.
outs.
Yeah. Let's see. I did click on the wrong. No, here we are. So we have to go back. We have to move forward a little bit. Let's see where we were. We were somewhere here. F5, Queen A4. Yeah, this knight G3 we saw. King H8, which you loaded as a good move. Rook AC1. And now a move we did not look at, I think. Did we look at Rook G6? I don't think we did. We were looking at H6 and G5, and we had some ideas.
Rook h6 and g5.
Yeah, also. So with Rook G6, and after Rook D2, now came h5.
What a man.
Of course, it's very nice if you're allowed to play one more move, h4 and then h3, then you win the game. But Hampus took. And now came a very drastic move. Rook takes g2. And the computer does not like it at all. But that's how we play. And now again we have one of these diagonals. Yeah. f3 was played.
Hard to criticize.
Queen e8, knight g3, and c4. So this was the point that he could, in this position, because c4 immediately, then you can take b5, but he has this intermezzo with the queen and then c4, and he gets a position. I'm not saying it's a good position, but it's a position, okay. And then g6, and he's just going to play this position. Well, we know what the computer thinks. The computer thinks that this is very good for white. White has an exchange and a pawn. But
in practical play, it's not so easy.
no, it's always when you play against the bishops. It's dangerous, you know that.
So
And the rooks are not so effective here because there are no open lines.
no.
So how would you play this?
Rook dc2.
Yeah, that was not played in the game, so we can look at your alternative here. You want to go b3 and
Yeah.
just blast the opening, blast the position open.
Yeah.
And at some point, if bishop d5, you can go e4 maybe, something like that.
Mm.
Yeah. It's very logical. Very logical. I like it. Yeah, it must be better for white. It must be better. And I think you're correct. You have to use your rooks. That's the thing. You cannot just wait because the bishops are just as strong as the rooks if you don't do anything. So you have to open a line for the rooks.
And you have to be prepared to maybe even sack back the exchange.
Maybe,
yeah.
yes.
Some move, and then you go b3, bishop
Yeah.
a3. You just take on c4,
Yeah,
and you get an additional pawn. You're 2 pawns up.
yeah.
So
Yeah. You have to be resolute here, I think. But let's see what happened in the game. Queen e2 was played. Certainly not a mistake. King g7, a4, a6, logical exchange. Now we have the a file, which is good, and he plays rook a1. Queen c6, rook d to d1, rook h8. Rook f1.
we got rook c8. What's the meaning of this?
Rook c8. Yeah, what's the meaning? I think at this point black had very little time.
It was only 34 moves. Yeah.
And I'm quite convinced that he had little time, and due to that, I don't think he has. There is nothing black can do really. As soon as he plays b4, the c4 pawn is very weak, and white will attack it.
The rook was probably better on h8.
Yeah, but what can you do?
And then white goes
h4, and then he goes back. g1, bishop
That's-
e7, h5, g5. White is surely better here. Now he plays e4. Yeah. King h7. Idea rook g8, I guess. Rook ad1. Computer does not like that at all because of this move.
last move of time control. Yeah.
Yeah. Now suddenly black has serious
Threats.
attacking chances because white has this knight on g3 is not supported by a pawn anymore. So I mean, if you move the king here, yeah, that's horrible.
because of
because of something.
maybe it's queen.
Maybe bishop f4, just attack the knight. Isn't that? No, that's not. That's okay, but it's not the winning idea.
Queen c7?
Yeah, maybe this.
No. I don't know.
This is what we call trial and error.
Yeah, indeed.
No, but the position looks very promising, so there must be something, I'm sure. Can you do play some strange move like here? No. My idea was to come on the diagonals. It doesn't seem to be so good. Strange. What about f4? Is that bad? Yeah, it's nothing special. So we don't know what the move is here. Typical. Maybe you should play b4 and c3 or something like that. No.
Oh well, let's see what happened.
Yeah, let's see what happens. So in the game, rook a d1, rook g8, he played d5. White. And yeah, he took. And that's where we are at now. But now the computer says that, well, this is good for white. But yeah,
He took?
yeah, he took.
This is clear.
No, I mean it's not clear at all.
Queen d6.
Yeah. Can you take on f5 at some point? I mean, you have a discovered check with the bishop, but how dangerous is that? Let's say you play queen c6, queen d6, and take here. Yeah, seems like white is better here. So you have to play something better in this position. Yeah, to play this with little time is not easy, right?
It's not easy for either side.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. We will get back to this game.
Mm-hmm.
And we have some games that are finished that we haven't checked. Well, there are quite a lot of games that are finished. Let's see now. We had some game we were looking at. Yes.
Looks smear.
Yeah, we have this game that we looked at briefly. This position. And as you said, there is only one move for white, and it was played by Tiger. He played queen takes g7, and he took on g7, moved back, and then there was a long exchanges, and yeah. In the end,
Drew agreed.
it was a draw. Yeah. Draw.
Interesting.
So nothing much happened in that game. And what, do we have anything more here interesting down?
Olsson Wienenkeller, which you have.
Yeah, we were checking that game. Let's see what happened
But
there. Well, Olsson is 2 pawns up, and he has a better position.
completely winning. Yeah.
So how did that happen?
Yeah, we were not too. He played the move I suggested, Queen A3. Yeah. I also suggested Queen Bishop F1.
Yeah, you sort
I
of safeguarded yourself with the.
Well, I'm
Side
not
bets.
sure I'd suggested Bishop Queen A3. I was thinking about it.
Oh yeah, that was a move. We were discussing. There weren't that many possibilities, but Queen A3 was definitely one of them. Yeah, Bishop E7, F7. Okay, that obviously does not appeal to the evaluation bar.
But I don't know what does.
Yeah, that's another question.
Black.
Rook C1 is a threat. How many threats? Well, maybe Rook C1 is not a big threat. A2 is hanging.
Rook Fe8.
Yeah, something like that. Because now Rook D7,
Yeah.
Queen B5, and now we have your move. And now obviously White is clearly
Clearly
in the
better.
driver's seat.
Hmm.
So Queen E5,
And you just
take
there,
the pawn.
this is just
Bishop.
uninteresting.
That was an interesting. He gave an exchange.
Well, we didn't really.
No,
It's nice.
but a nice way to. Yeah, good technique here by
Yeah.
the young guy. And Wiedenkeller will go home with 0 points today. I'm quite convinced. Yeah, this is extremely lost. Okay, very good. So shall we go back? So we see. Okay, so this game ended in a draw, which is perhaps not so surprising. We had this position. Okay, he played after Rook H8. We didn't see this, but that was Knight C5, and an exchange. Knight back. Yeah, and a repetition. Very equal. The D-pawns could be exchanged, and yeah, it will be a draw. So nothing much happened. And then we have this game. You liked the C5 move, but I can tell you it didn't save Milton in this game. G7, E5, G3, Rook takes. And now the best move is to take on G3. That says something about the strength of the black position. Black is winning here. Well, I think it's not easy to see that the position is winning. It's so complex. But okay, Queen C4, and now Knight G4. Okay.
What?
Well, the problem is Queen D8.
Oh, that's for sure.
No, that's not the problem.
No.
Maybe not. What is the problem? I thought that would be the problem.
It looks like a serious problem.
It does. It does.
This is some Bishop G2 move, sort of.
Maybe. I don't know. What happens after this move?
Bishop G2.
Aha! You can.
No.
That's not. That's not the solution. Queen Bishop H3 and Queen F1. Is that?
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not right. I mean, it's mate.
Looks like it.
Is it G5?
G5. Uh-huh.
No, you can cover.
You have queen takes f4.
Yeah. So you save yourself. This is easy to miss. So why didn't he take the? We have to establish what's happening here. What happens here if you? Rook takes. Is that the move? No, that's bad. It's an incredible position. He makes a sacrifice, and we don't understand why. Yeah. Let's take the knight, and then we take with the queen here. Right?
Simple.
Mate.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Knight g4 check was a strong move. But you had to see the right continuation. King h1, knight f2, king h2, and again we have the bishop exchange. The rook takes. Now it's mate in 6. Well, if you move the king, then it's queen g4 and rook h2 mate. So take. And now he made a mistake. f3 is the forced mate here. He took the rook. That's a bit surprising. This one was mating. Anyway, knight takes d1, queen f1.
Oh well.
Yeah, he goes for the prosaic. Yeah. Yeah, resigns. Great game by the young Croatian grandmaster. Very nice. And Brandon Jacobson, he lost. I don't know where we were here. Yeah, we saw this position. He played c5 in this position to try to save the... Yeah, white takes all the pawns. Knight d3. And black resigned the game. He's 3 pawns down in the ending and he has no compensation. Okay, very good. And Urkedal managed to win, as we expected. You can say that he was very lucky, and the luck came in this position, where he is worse, while he was maybe even more lucky here, because he played if black plays queen h5, the game is more or less lost, because after knight c5 we take, and we get the same type of play as in the game, but you're a piece up, which turned out to be an important difference. But in the game he played queen f6, queen d1, and now came the Christmas gift, rook c2. And white correctly took it, because turns out this is completely... And Urkedal went for the checkmate of the queen. And here he resigned.
Well,
there's nothing
understandable.
Understandable, yeah. So
we should really try to look at callouts.
Yeah, we have this one here. And let's see. little time, lot of nerves, and difficult position. This is the position now.
Queen e6 is probably clever, actually.
Yeah, but
B2.
the evaluation bar is merciless. It says good position for white. But again, as you said, in practice, it's not so easy. Maybe the computer sees some really fancy, difficult line, and if you don't play that, the position is very difficult. So this is still an open game, I would say.
Yeah, how are you supposed to defend yourself?
So let's say, what if black was at move here, he could play something like maybe bishop here, right?
Yeah, obviously.
And then you would have to play
Or-
rook up here.
Or bishop h4.
Also. And then f4, yeah,
Yeah.
of course. Yeah, this is a threat. So, should you go for the evacuation? No, he plays rook h3. Oh, sorry. Rook h3. That's quite a move, I would say.
Okay, bishop f4.
Let's try it out. Bishop f4. Yeah. So, if you didn't know what the computer thinks that white is like a pawn up in this position. From the evaluation standpoint, would you prefer to play black or white in the game?
Well, if I don't see anything,
Yeah, you don't know anything. You just.
I would prefer to be black.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same. I would also never take white because it looks so dangerous, right?
It is time to well, I'm not saying this is a good move, but at least maybe I would play rook e1.
Going for the queen exchange.
Yeah, I have to d5 pawn. Forget it.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, you need to sort of calm things down.
Yeah,
and try to
get rid of that
yeah.
bishop queen.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, you have to do something. But it's not so easy, right? What can you do? Well, you cannot allow the exchange. What happens after this? H6?
H6, I would throw in H6 just to.
Without thinking.
Well, you have to do something.
Yeah. And now if you take it,
No.
suddenly you're defending, right?
Rook e1, rook h1.
Sorry, yeah. Yeah, this is just not good.
No.
So I agree with you. So maybe if you analyze it deeply, you
No, on rook e1,
so this is the position.
no, but we played this bishop f4 move. Maybe that's a mistake, because it leaves e7. But on the hand, black would like to play bishop f4. I mean, and I imagine white maybe the next move could play king h1 if nothing else. So bishop f4 looks very natural.
But you don't want to stay on this diagonal, the long white diagonal.
No,
right?
but still, at least you get rid of the G.
This
file, yeah.
pressure, yeah.
All right, but let's see bishop f4 then. Bishop f4. Rook e1 is my suggestion.
Yeah, I like it. It's a good move. It's a nice move. So can you make some king move maybe?
Yeah, king h8 was my idea, but
Yeah. The king h6 is not so nice because then
no,
queen e6.
e6. No,
yeah.
no.
So we play here, yeah. Maybe. Well, the evaluation bar says no, that's not good.
But maybe now there's
Can you play some?
Queen e7. Who don't take some b2? It's
Then you have rook e2.
Queen g7. I don't know.
Well, let's see.
Yeah.
Queen e7.
Yeah.
And this.
Well, at least you have three very dangerous pawns there.
It's true.
If it's not
Yeah, I agree. This is.
but I'm not
I mean. Yeah.
all right. What is d6? You open up. Open up for
The position.
yeah, but at least you are doing something positive.
Yeah. There's a point to it. Well, I don't know. It's very tactical, very difficult to see. And from a practical point of view, White is very reluctant to give the b pawn. Because
Of
now you
course.
have these two guys, and
Of course,
suddenly
of
they are
course.
down here.
Soon enough. Soon enough you're in trouble. But the other hand, I mean, White must do something. You cannot.
Yeah, but Black has to do something.
Yeah, but we suggested bishop f4. Yeah? Bishop f4, and then you. Well, I'm not sure you're threatening anything, but well, at least maybe Queen g7 next move, or Queen g5.
I don't know.
Yeah,
So-
Bishop f4 must be the move. I mean, so
Yeah.
then all black pieces are active. Now I had the idea of
Rook e1 was an interesting move, and we did King h8,
yeah.
and we said maybe White can even go here. And your evaluation bar gives you some credit here.
That's nice.
Not full, but still. And we said this move.
Yeah. Well, there's a. And now my d6,
No, no, d6, yeah.
opening up the whole.
Opening up all the
Can of worms.
diagonals. It doesn't like that so much. So maybe there is something else here.
Something
What
simple.
happened? Can you exchange maybe?
Yeah, well, fair enough. Yeah. To take with the rook. Maybe h6.
Maybe just push. But in practice, this is very difficult to play. To give Black connected passed pawns and a pair of bishops, and
Yeah. Well, you're hoping for some activity, though.
I'm not saying it's. I mean, there is a point to it.
Yeah, it's difficult to play.
It's difficult to decide on that
When you
plan because you're afraid that you might miss something.
Yeah, you're throwing cautions to the winds, as they say. Yeah.
Well, it's in a correspondence game. In the old days, you would play these moves, but in practice, you like to have control. And here you have somehow lost a little bit of the control. But I think you're right. Maybe this is the way for White to win. White has to mobilize all the resources, and maybe not be so afraid of these passed pawns. So you have a point for sure.
How
Yeah.
far have they got?
This is move 43,
And who's the move?
and it's White.
He
Oh.
played bishop f4.
No, we're here. We're here.
But he played bishop f4.
Yeah, he has played bishop f4, correct.
Yeah.
But well, there is no forced win for White at least, because
No.
as we can see from the evaluation bar, it's a plus for White, but not more than a plus. So that's how it is. Plus.
Cool-outs is very
But
experienced.
one slight mistake from white and it
Yeah.
will be equal, and one more slight mistake
Yeah,
and
he is lost.
white is lost. So
yeah.
he's really balancing on a knife's edge.
Yeah, and Cool-outs is very experienced. So
Yeah. I mean, he takes some risks. He did that in this game with this exchange sacrifice,
Mm.
but he saw that in the long run there is chances, and he has gotten some chances. So he's sort of playing for a win in a way, but also for a loss, you can say. But you have to play like that if you want to win. So Hampus is defending, but so far he hasn't done much attacking. Will he suddenly turn around and win this game with some very advanced computerish line? I doubt it. Yeah. Should we go to another game?
yeah, well, I've been interesting to see.
We will go back to this.
Yeah, what happened with
Well, we have this.
Schmier and Åkesson?
This
Oh, this
this
is
one is over, right?
Yeah, it's again.
It's not. Black has misplayed it. The computer says equal game.
Oh.
So let's see what happened. We had some position, something like this we looked at, maybe, and it's an advantage, big advantage, but somewhere here he managed to, yeah. Doesn't actually manage to convert, and now it's more or less equal game. Very complex. Might be two. That's a nice nice move, breaking the coordination of the white rooks.
Yeah, but I don't understand. You can just take the pawn, take on a7, and take on d2. What is this? Isn't that 2 pawns down? What? What is?
You want to take here?
Yeah, well,
Take.
and take.
Well, it's only one pawn. I
Oh,
can
sorry.
inform you.
Sorry.
Yeah. Only one pawn, and there is a move here.
Fair enough. But then it's a draw.
No, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. So Sasikiran didn't manage. He had a great advantage, big advantage probably, but it was too complex. So let's look at Thibault. It's a draw.
Yeah.
This is a draw. Then we go to Culottes to see. Yeah, he played Bishop F4. Well, that we've already seen that.
Yeah.
So do we have anything else happening?
Schmier in Åkesson,
Schmier, okay, so we're
number
going-
13.
Number 13.
Oh, Schmier is somehow. He got enough activity. I was not so sure at some point.
Now the point is rook takes d7, knight f8.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
So
And now it's winning, of course.
Yeah, this is winning. I don't think we will get into that game. It's a
No.
different story.
Yeah.
And then what do we have? We have the Olsson
Yeah,
Wiedenkeller
that's-
game.
At this point, completely uninteresting. Yeah.
It should be some miracle for black to make it draw.
Indeed.
So we will go by. I think the final game we're going to look at is this
Cool outs.
Sørensen Culottes. This
yeah.
one is.
But
I think we
so-
look at this now, and when this is finished, we're going to conclude this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do we do?
Well, he did play Rookie 1.
Yes.
As my suggestion.
Yeah.
Interesting.
He heard you.
Oh.
Yeah, rook e1, rook e1. No, we didn't. We can say to the audience so that you know that there is a 15-minute delay. So that what we are seeing now happened 15 minutes ago, and we don't know what the actual position is on the board. The game could actually be finished already.
Yeah.
And this 15 minutes delay is it's an anti-cheating measure, and this tournament has been it's a tournament where all the anti-cheating measures are used. So this is interesting. So all the players are checked with metal detectors before the games, and there is a delay in the transmission and everything. So no cheating here. Okay, we will see what's happening. So, what's your guess? How is this going to end? Is Hampus going to win this? Or if you had to bet on this, what would you say?
I was not sure about Hampus, but now I think he plays this rookie one move, which okay.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. Yeah,
No,
yeah,
he shows some guts here.
Yeah,
he can
especially
easily-
the fact that he's actually thinking in a sort of attacking, because he has to attack. He has to do something. He cannot just sit and guard everything. So yeah, I agree with you. And he has better time.
Yeah.
He actually has the double the time of his opponent.
Yeah.
This is not unimportant.
No, of course not.
On the other hand, as you said, Kaido Kulots is an extremely experienced player, strong grandmaster, and he also wants to win this.
Yeah.
And the players don't know the evaluation. We know that there is no win for black, and there is probably no easy win for white either. White is better, but that's it. They don't know that.
So I don't see an alternative to my previous suggestion of King H8. I mean, Queen E7 is of course a serious threat.
Yeah.
And Rook G7, white goes H6, I would think, and wins the tempo.
What happens if you play a move like Bishop D6 with the idea F4? We can put
Fair
it on the
enough.
board just to get.
Fair enough. But what is the simple Queen E6 move?
Yeah. That is probably the refutation, because. Or is it?
No. I'm not sure.
If you take on B2, then it's rook B2, right?
Yeah. Queen A3 is.
Queen A3.
It looks very. If he takes F5 check.
Yeah, no, that's
something.
Yeah, that's too dangerous.
Too dangerous. Yeah.
Queen F8. But then the queen is not so good.
Queen F8.
No, you need to survive.
Yeah, I would think Queen F8, maybe King F2.
Yeah. Let's have a look.
King F2, you jump out of the pin there.
No.
That was obviously something wrong with that. One wonders why.
It was not liked by the computer.
Uh-huh.
Not at all.
Apparently not.
Yeah. This just shows how difficult this game is, right?
King
What-
F, it looks very natural to me, but there's probably some
Very
tactical.
natural. Yeah, that's the problem. So what do we do? How do we refute this?
Bishop C8 maybe. Bishop C8.
Bishop c8. Is that the refutation?
Or what else? Bishop c8, and they have to go back to. Yeah. Exactly. You put yourself
Yeah. No, I
queen
see it
e2,
also.
and it's even f4. I think winning immediately.
Yeah, this is nice. This is the type of move it's easy to miss. Right?
Yeah. You go back suddenly. In the
Yeah,
corner.
suddenly you go off this fantastic diagonal, and then when this comes here, do you play f4 or no? You play bishop c5 maybe.
Yeah, either, I think. Maybe.
Here and f4. Something like this. There's a mate on g1,
Yeah.
folks. And the rook is hanging on h3 also.
Yeah,
So-
you put your suddenly black is excellent. Yeah.
So bishop d6 is playable, but
Queen e6 was not so good.
well, it's not clear. I don't think there's any mistake. The problem is king f2 was not good. Maybe what about king f1? No, then g3 is hanging, right?
Perhaps. Not so sure about that. What is this?
Yeah, it's not good.
Bishop takes e3.
This
Okay.
is extremely difficult. I'm not envious of the players playing this.
No.
I mean, there's a chance for both of them, but we'll see if Hampus manages to win this. If he does, that's a great achievement.
Yeah, very
That's a
impressive
great,
in that case.
yeah, because it has been an extremely difficult game all through. So
So what is it? Bishop d6.
that was an idea.
Yeah.
But your idea of king h8, I still think it's on the table. It's
Yeah.
also very very strong. Yeah.
No moves played. Yeah. This is.
No, this is the position. This is the position. And you know. Interestingly, white could offer a draw at some point. And then the question is, would black play on? Maybe. Of course, it's a pity to make a draw from this position, but with little time. Actually, the clock has stopped. Does that mean that the game is over?
Should I be the spy?
Do you want to go spy for us?
I will spy.
Yeah, good. Take a stroll. Maybe we take a 5-minute break. I will join you. Wait. Okay. Okay, we're back. We are looking at the final game for this transmission. And we had this position, bishop f4, and it was played rook e1. Hampus played rook e1 here, and bishop d6, queen e6, queen f8. This is the position on the board right now. So tense, I would say, right?
Indeed.
Yeah. You could say that both players are attacking in a way, right?
Yeah.
So main threat would be f4 right now.
Yeah. A simple threat, but very efficient.
Mm-hmm.
Now then what?
Is it possible to play something like h6 with the idea of playing queen d7? Would that be an idea?
Yeah, but h6 probably the move we had we discussed before. Bishop c8 is extremely dangerous.
Okay, he played queen d7. Rook g7.
Queen e8.
Yeah, queen e8. He has to do something. Queen e8, interesting.
This happened.
Yeah, this happened.
But now well,
I mean, take in f4, what's...
Sorry?
If we take on e8 and play f4, maybe on h6 perhaps?
That's h6, rook takes e3.
Yeah, but look at this. There is the bishops are very weak. So here, this, and take. If we play this,
back and rook g8.
and we have this move. And white wins, I think. So, what do we have here? Is it possible to play a move? Because if you look at the evaluation bar, it seems to be like not winning immediately for white at least. There should be a way to play.
I'm just I'm looking at, but it's probably the same. F4 immediately, but then maybe just h6.
Okay, so he did actually exchange on e8. I would like to keep the queens here.
Queen f6, of course.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, to play this move. He didn't do that, and maybe it's not good. The evaluation bar says bad, okay.
You have h6 maybe.
But this was played, and rook takes. And what do you do here? Well, we have already checked that f4.
It's lost, but you have no.
h6, well, it's probably lost, right? What did we say? This move? We did h6, right?
Yeah.
So you play some rook move?
And then knight jumps to.
Well, I mean.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Maybe now you go.
Yeah, I think that actually that was what happened in the game. Rook takes.
And we don't
bishop.
know what happened in the game, right? Not yet. Not yet.
But
You mean it could happen? Rook d8. And now, yeah, the h pawn is dangerous, right?
indeed,
So
bishop takes d5.
let's say we play a move like this.
No, we'll use take on b7.
Can you check?
No, it's
Yeah. Yeah, you can also
even h7.
even play this
yeah,
move, and we have this.
But the rook takes b7. You have
Okay.
no attack whatsoever.
So in the game, this was played. h6. So what do we do? I think the initiative is now firmly in White's hands, because this it turns out that the knight on g3, well, White gives that simply. Yeah. It's difficult now. Yeah. I don't see a move actually, because if you try to protect the 7th rank with something like this, then suddenly the knight comes jumping. And
For joy.
yes.
Completely over, yeah.
Threatening here and threatening here. Supporting the d pawn. So rook g6 was played in the game. So this is where we are at right now. Rook g6. And most likely rook d8. This is our guess. Looking in the crystal ball. Yeah. I must say this was quite impressive play by Hampus.
Indeed.
Because it's very difficult to play a long, dragged out defense and then suddenly find the counter. And he did. So that's very good. It's really good. And also against a very strong opponent. So yeah. I don't know. Is there some alternative to rook d8? Probably there is.
What? For white? No reason to speculate. No, I see no other move, but it's good enough.
No, probably it's the best. It was played in the game. Rook d8. So if he tries to save the bishop by going here, I guess it's check. Here and this, right? And this check will decide. Yeah. No, it's strange that this attack on the g3 was it never gave anything. The question is, how should black have played? Back here somewhere, here maybe.
Oh, it's my king.
We can take a look and see what, it's very interesting, but according to the computer, bishop g5 is best defense.
Move that no human would ever consider.
Correct. Going where no man has gone before. Yeah, that's how it is. But also bishop d6, when I check the computer, So let's see. Bishop d6, bishop e6. Queen f8 is also good according to the computer. Queen d7, rook g7, queen a8. And now, instead, queen takes e8 is a big mistake. Rook g8 is the move. And the game goes on. You don't let the rook in, that's the point.
You sort of just play the position.
No.
Your pawn is changed down, but
Yeah, but you just keep the pressure and you try to get. You have your pawns, and the thing is not to lose.
immediately.
Yeah, and the game goes on. White is better, but the game goes on. So here he took with the queen, and now the rook has broken into the position, and suddenly the h pawn is extremely dangerous. That's the problem. So, and here there was bishop takes d5, rook d7, king h8, and this is the position, and now we wait for the killer h7. That will end the game, I believe. Mm-hmm. Yeah, chess is difficult.
Indeed.
Actually, it gets more difficult when you have a computer and you see an evaluation bar. You realize how difficult it is to find the best move. In the old days, you could have a feeling, yeah, I'm a good player, I find the best moves and so on. Now we are all reduced to putzers. It's horrible. But we can live with it. Yeah, h7 has been played. Is there any move here for black?
No.
We will check what the computer says is the best move. Yeah, bishop f8. But if you do bishop f8 in this position, white just takes this bishop.
Oh well.
And it's over. So this is the position, and we're just waiting for the.
Even it says the white has won.
Yeah. Okay. So the game is over. Black resigned, not unexpectedly, and thanks for watching this broadcast from the Rilton Cup. We will be back again tomorrow. So have a nice evening. Bye.